Seeing it, lads? It's a little bit... Oh, hang on. There we go. It's a little bit warm, isn't it? I've also noticed that the background that is in fact the black square that I changed to the sun needs to be changed back to just actually being a black square. If I was just a square, where would I be? You know what? That'll work. That's fine. That's just a red square. And instead, what we want to do... Hang on, I'm doing technical stuff, guys. Just use the sun. No, there's a thing we can do here. You have to see what's happening. Oh, goodness me. Oh, hang on. Just let me put my uniform on. Which means, let me put on this shirt. Good Lord. I'm doing technologies. The red square is very important. The red square is basically going to become a white translucent square, which is going to be 30 seconds. Trust me, Camo Salve, that's more than I need. That's going to go underneath the MSN Messenger window to make it look like your messages are being put on that actual window instead of the graphics which are behind it, which may make it look a little bit fake. Ruben, don't laugh, okay? Don't laugh, all right? Everything being done here is actually being done very professionally and very seriously. It's time for the main camera. The main camera is on. I've not done my hair. Yeah, I'm going to do it now, live. We'll do it live. We'll fix it live. You guys get to see how I do my hair. All right, there we go. Beautiful. Just occasionally use the old hand to flick it. It's not a phase, Mum. Gonna get my edgy look going on. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That's the Brendan Fraser right there. Now we need to get rid of the... Hang on, right. There's a lot of stuff going on right now that I need to get rid of. The countdown timer needs to go away. The red square is there and can be fixed. The main camera actually needs some serious color correction going on. Do we have too much or too little gamma? That's probably better. We probably need some more gamma, actually, more than less. The contrast... Oh, okay, there we go. That could work now. Now we've got the contrast. You can actually see the difference in my hair now. You can see the greyness in the hair. What about the brightness? Oh, hang on. There's going to be a perfect balance we've got to find here. How saturated am I? Should I be more or less saturated? The hue shift is fine. Opacity is good. The red square will be staying there. I seem like I'm slightly redder now, don't I? Now that's jaundice. Now that's just green and then blue. What if we just go to like there? That seems fine for where it needs to be. How am I doing today? I'm deciding how I'm doing via changing where the contrast and the gamma end up. I think that looks okay. That should be fine for where we're going from now on. We got this? You're 1 minute late. What'd you miss? Honestly, everything. The stream's basically over by now already. So we should just go up to that. That goes to there. That's to there. There we go. We're perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's what we need. Bye, Daros. Thank you for joining us. And we get the gamma, contrast, a little bit higher. Oh, okay. Hang on. How about that? That's good. What's the purpose of the red square? I'm about to explain what the purpose of the red square is. So, the first purpose of the red square is it needs to be turned white. And I'm going to do that by putting a color correction on and changing the hue shift all the way to white. Hue shift and then brightness. Okay, perfect. There we go. So it's now a white square. What I then want to do is position it so it is above the MSN Messenger window, but below the chat window. So it needs to be above that, but below that. And then I place it inside the MSN Messenger window and then resize it so your chat messages are actually being placed onto the square as opposed to onto the MSN window itself, which means that we get slightly better resolution. I can have the search box included. And then we go for that. That way, it looks nicer. Otherwise, we're actually... It's a layered effect. So you've got to have the MSN Messenger window, then a white background, then the chat on top of that, because the MSN Messenger window is actually grey, and it combines with the chat, so it doesn't look very good. Right now, the chat looks still not very good, but slightly better. I look very orange today. Am I kind of going orangey? Did I watch yesterday's eclipse? I did. I stared directly at the sun. In a completely unrelated note, I can't see anything in the middle of my vision. Like I've got like an aiming reticle there. And we can also fix the front of the WoW window title. What's the front of the WoW window title? How is that wrong? That shouldn't be wrong at all. That should be perfect. Do you mean this bit just there that needs to be slightly smaller and in the right place? Because I think we can just do it that way. That's fixed. What I might need to do is change my camera settings, because right now I've got a bit of what I call jaundice going on. So the hue shift needs to be slightly lower. No, that's wrong. It's got to be slightly higher. There we go. I've got to kind of find the balance between being sunburnt and being jaundiced. I think it's about there. Any more? What if we were to just take it? Yeah, there we go. That's taken us back toward normal skin color. Perfect. I'm not sunburnt now. Wouldn't mind reducing the camera resolution. I've actually tried. So I think right now it actually is on the lowest resolution, believe it or not. Yeah, right now the resolution of the camera is 960 by 540. I could probably do... Yeah, it can't be lower than that. 960 by 540. What's the lower resolution? What is lower than 960 by 540? You feel the brightness is a tad low. I will sort that out in a minute. What are the... Hang on, let me just have a look at the resolutions. Camera, webcam resolutions. Googling it like a regular genius person would do. Okay, so we could do 640 by 360. Why are you yellow? We haven't got the color correct yet. Right, color. Hang on. Color correction. Hue shift. Is that better? The correct color sits somewhere around here. Might be about there-ish. There we go. Perfect. Got it. You like the Smurf look. We'll change that soon. Let's have a look at what we've got. Right now, the camera resolution that we have is... I don't even know if I can go lower than this. 960 by 540. What resolution is that? Okay, 960 by 540. That is exactly 1/4 of a full HD frame, which is a 16:9 aspect ratio. Perfect. Let me have a look at what 16:9 aspect ratios. 16:9 resolutions. Okay, I mean, we could go even lower. These are just big resolutions. I want the lowest 16:9 resolution. You know, I suppose the lowest 16:9 resolution would be 16:9. Can we just do that? 16:9. No, that goes to 1080. Okay, 16. That's far too high. You can't even put in your own custom resolution anymore. This is the lowest we can set the resolution to. 8 by 4.5. I tried making it 16:9, and then I made it bigger. This is the... Oh, goodness me. This is the real resolution we got going on. And then we just shrink it to there. My face isn't actually sunburnt, believe it or not. I just, for some reason, have this... I'll just stick yellow. We'll go with yellow skin, okay? We're in Simpsons mode. This is fine. By the end of the stream, I'm just a mass of pixels that alternates between all known colors. That's ultimately what every man wants to be. That's what we all strive for. Nice ads. Now you know what not to buy. See, I always try to make it so you guys know the most important things about this stream are the level of quality that we go for. Working on that summer tan. I hope not. All right, I'm a gamer. That is a DPS loss, getting a tan. Standing in the sun is a debuff. We all know that. I operate on vampire rules. Streamers do actually operate on vampire rules, which is we avoid the sun and people think we're far cooler than we actually are. Changing camera between classic and retail graphics. I'm also keeping the spellbook open so I can always cast the spells that I need. Now, I know that I don't need Righteous Fury on all the time, but I'm getting used to having it on, so just indulge me with this. Retribution Aura's on, we've got Righteous Fury on, we've got this on, and then I've got Blessing of Might on. Perfect! This is peak paladining. This is how we're going. The more you stay in complete darkness, the faster your attack speed. Yeah, because you're reducing the... It's like, you know how GoldenEye speedrunning learned that if you look down all the time, the game runs slightly quicker. It's kind of like that, but with gaming skill. Hi Josh, what is the most unique quest you've ever seen in an MMORPG? Ooh, there's a lot of stuff in probably the Secret World, or the Secret World Legends, that has utility in the real world, where you connect with like real world websites and stuff as well. That was fun. As opposed to unique within purely the game itself, as in not needing to exit the game and go to somewhere outside, it would be the Cabbage Quest, or the Gower Quest in RuneScape. Because in that, you kind of go behind the scenes of the game, which I thought was really cool, because by going behind the scenes of the game, you get to meet some NPCs. You almost go to like an NPC green room waiting area and discover that all the NPCs are just actors waiting, which I think is super cool. So there's, if we're going for meta-narrative within the game itself, then the Gower Quest, and if we're going for ARPG, kind of alternate play, reality mixing, it would be the Secret World Legends, without a doubt. Oh god, yeah, the Secret World Legends was such... It was ahead of its time. It suffered from being too different and doing stuff that was too interesting. It wouldn't have been able to carry on the way it was. Is it time for League of Angels 3? Legend of Angels. So, League of Angels 3 is called... I want to say... It has happened. There's League of Angels, then there was League of Angels Heaven's Fury. I think League of Angels 3 is just called League of Angels 3. I don't know if it has a side kind of title, if you will. Although, random fact, I did discover that Rich Keeble voiced a character in League of Angels. And Rich Keeble is the voice actor that we now all know and love as voicing Monoko in Expedition 33. So... just goes to show, humble beginnings. You know, we started at the bottom, now we're here. Well, Rich is succeeding and is world famous. I'm still here. So, started at the bottom, now we slightly above the bottom. It's the best way of looking at it. Technically, Monoko is in League of Angels. In a way, yes. I don't like looking at it that way, neither should you, but that is kind of weirdly true. Limited time seasonal side quest where you go into the developer offices and the devs are there and thank you for playing the game. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, you're allowed to put silly jokes in your MMORPG. Just don't make it purely a container for jokes and nothing else. That's always the problem. So, I was also thinking earlier today, what happens when Classic Plus releases? Do I jump off this and just go and start a new character in Classic Plus? I mean, I don't know, probably. And some people even message me saying, hey, they would love to get into Warcraft, but they don't want to do anything until Classic Plus gets there, so they're not wasting their time. It would be far more efficient to level up by just constantly grinding dungeons. I know that. But there's something beautiful about just doing all of the old quests and just running around the open world and classic Desolate and stuff like that. Is this a WoW gameplay inside of a Gamer Subs commercial? It is. Yes, it is. You're welcome. I can't find your video about the YouTube algorithm anymore. What happened to them? I delisted them because I realized that they weren't helping with the YouTube discoverability of the channel. So I still think everything I said in those videos was correct. However, YouTube channels often act as an average of all of their videos. So if someone discovered my channel from Googling about MMORPGs, then great, they're going to stick around and watch more videos. That's really beneficial for me. It means that I've got excellent audience retention. But if someone discovers my YouTube channel through those critiquing the YouTube algorithm videos, chances are they're going to realize that none of my channel is also that. And so they don't bother sticking around at all. So then audience retention is really low. Plus, if people have arrived for MMORPGs, they're not going to stick around for YouTube analysis. Why is Josh yellow? Because I couldn't get the color correct. God damn, we'll open this up again. Hang on. Right. Color correction. Hue shift. Slightly more toward red. Okay, that's too much red. What if we just do saturation? Maybe that's the problem. There we go. Maybe I was just too saturated. You know what? I think I might have just been a little bit too saturated. There we go. So yeah, I delisted those videos because I don't think they were playing nicely with the rest of my video catalog, if you will. A YouTube channel is... People think of it like a TV channel that shows different things. It's not like that. It's almost like a TV show where it doesn't just show different things. It kind of shows the same thing repeatedly. And what you'll often get is people that want the same things again and again and again from it. When people click the subscribe button, what they mean is, I'm liking what I'm seeing, I want to see more of it. And those YouTube analysis videos were simply not giving people what they wanted. One of my favorite videos are the ones I enjoyed to do. So I made a video a while back, how much would it cost to play every single MMORPG game, and I worked out the cost was about £600 a month. And it was a hell of a lot of research to do that. I really enjoyed the MMORPG tier list, though. How's the post-hump day going? I enjoyed yesterday. So, did anyone make a pinhole camera yesterday? Where you kind of hold it up to the sun shines through a tiny hole in a bit of paper, then you hold another bit of paper up and you get to see the crescent of the sun's rays of the moon going across the front. You make a pinhole camera? No, I just stared at it. Good man. So, I made a pinhole camera, and I realized the only thing I had with pinholes in my kitchen cupboard was a colander. So, I tried to use a colander to create a load of pinhole cameras, but I just ended up straining my eyes. Don't you boo. This is a chance for you all to leave right now. You can leave. I have set up what you should expect. None of you should be allowed to question what I am or am not doing. If you wish to leave, you may leave. Right, so what is this? This is the Bodyguard for Hire quest, which I'm never going to find because it's just so bloody random. Isn't it too early in for stream for that? I like to peek 5 minutes into anything, and then the rest of it is just slow disappointment. Because otherwise, I think Otherwise, I feel that I'm setting up false expectations. Like, I'm setting you up for a really good long-running joke when that's just not going to happen. That's not the vibe we have here. Okay? I give you everything I've got in the first 5 minutes, and then the rest of the 4 hours, honestly, is just apologizing. 5 minutes is the most fun part, and the rest is just painful. Yeah, it's painfully unfunny. You were paying attention, but you missed the pun. That said, I used a colander to try and watch the eclipse, but I ended up straining my eyes. Get it? Because a colander is used to strain like pasta. It's very funny. When you break it down, you realize there's actually a lot of subtlety to that joke. That you've got to have a really high IQ to get this stream, to be fair. 5 minutes of effort followed by 4 hours of just kind of being there. Yeah, that's the best way that I can describe this job. Never let it be said streaming isn't a real job. That's, you know what, that's probably the most in sync that streaming will ever be with a real job. You turn up, you put your all in for 5 minutes, then you just kind of hang around for the next couple of hours until everyone just kind of leaves. Okay. Oh yeah, Inju is traveling right now. Inju, how's travel? Because this office that I'm in right now is, I want to say 26 degrees. Which is, I mean, it's toasty. Don't get me wrong. There's a bit of toast going on. It's hot. Okay, Inju, use your words. You can be more descriptive than just it's hot. It's 38 degrees. That's not a real number. 38 degrees? What are you doing? Where are you? Where it's 38 degrees. That's mad. Are you in Mordor? Turns out Inju's just watching this from the surface of the sun. You were spoiled all day being in a heavily air-conditioned... Josh, you know where I am. You're in everyone's heart. You're going to be on the train somewhere, aren't you? You were in a heavily air-conditioned office and the bus home was 40. Yeah, this is... Oh, hang on. Is that you? Is this... Yeah, you! My bro! My dude! My guy! This is the... I thought this was the quest. This was the quest man. We talk to him, don't we? For something. Do we chat to him? My brother Cork thinks his Vendertron will outsell the bot. You completed the Superseller 680. Cork, talk to me. Right. What have you got, if anything, that's useful? You got some interesting things. None of these seem to be the quest thing, which is interesting. Although you do have a heavy brown bag, which is a 10-slot bag, which is better than some of my old bags. It's 37 across the channel. Bro, you look moist. Thank you. I am damp. It's true. Buy the scrolls. They are useful. I have never, ever used a scroll, and I'm not going to start now. What's worse, goblins or gnomes? They're just as bad as each other. Right, here's a charm. Thank you for leveling me up. And, oh, okay. Bring 6 bags of dried meat. I will do, but I've also leveled up. A talent point has been given to me. I will put it into two-handed weapons so I can do more two-handed weapon damage. This is lovely. So I'm now level 37, so I can actually go and kill the undead down the path, I believe. Oh, this is great. Oh, there's a quest up there to accept, but I'll do the path first, because this is from what I remember, a very long quest to do. This is TBC Anniversary. Yes, that is correct. Josh, can you give us a hint as to when the Dark Alliance 2 video will be up? When the cockerel doth crow twice and the owl doth hoot. When the moon... That's it. That's the whole clue right there. When the moon. So a couple of minutes. No, it's going to be a while. I've got the Where Winds Meet video that I'm working on. It's going to take me in a couple of days. Then I'm going to jump back onto the Dark Alliance 2 video. It is the next video. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It'll be there. If you're worrying, don't. Listen to my words. I told you not to. I said don't worry. Some of you are still worrying. It will happen when it happens, which will be probably soon, maybe. You're going to worry and you can't stop you. I said, when the moon. Your words aren't encouraging, I'm worrying. That nearly rhymed. You're a poet and you weren't previously aware of this. Josh Vague says, yeah, it's just when's the video ready? When it's ready. Listen, guys. In the ancient words of the man that made Nintendo, a delayed... No, hang on, I got it wrong. I'm going to start again. He said all of this. It's a long saying. In the ancient words of the man what made Nintendo, A rushed video is out quicker, but is worse. A delayed video is still bad, but is a bit better. You need to say it in the original Japanese. Obviously, I can do that, but I'm not going to. A rushed video is bad, but a delayed video is bad and late, which is two things and therefore better than one. A bird in the hand is worth a bird. I am good at sayings. I should write a big book of sayings. Do some of you need to be inspired? I feel that I could inspire some of you. Some of you aren't seeming very inspired. A double negative makes a positive, but a double positive doesn't make a negative unless you say, yeah, right, in which case it does. Oh, well, just got absolutely piled on by these guys. Do I have any... I don't think I have any healing. I don't, but I think I may have survived. Oh my goodness. That was pure skill right there. Yeah, like Strife's life advice. Okay, let's do that. Let's do this right now. Let's crowdsource together smart sayings. The problem is that obviously you're the crowd, so they're not going to be that smart, but I think we can work together and make something that sounds somewhat coherent. What would be like a good life saying? A double positive doesn't make a double negative. Game Whiz, I will find you. I don't think that's a very inspiring thing to put in the book, but that's the best we have so far, so we can put it in the book. You open the big book of the Life of Strife life advice, and the first thing is just a page that says, I will find you. Number 1. Don't crowdsource life advice. This stream peaked at the calendar joke. Oh. I had a friend once who made a kind of a jacket, made his clothes out of calendars. His days were numbered. That doesn't work. I was trying to copy the Calendar Man joke from Batman, but you kind of need to... The essence of that joke is that he is the calendar. That was horrible. Okay, listen. Not all of my jokes are bangers. Some of them don't work. How would that work? How do we make that work? There's a way that joke works. I'm not sure what it is, but there is a way. What is it? That's a saying for the book. I think some of my jokes are better than the other ones. All of your jokes are jokes. Good hammer on the shadow bolt interrupt. Thank you. I'm actually trying to pay attention. And now we go in for this necromancer enemy. And now we take him down. Lovely. Lovely stuff. Where there's a way, there might be a man called Will. We need a counter for when his jokes don't land. Listen, a professional comedian has made more failures than successes. But it's the successes that are successful, and the failures don't get remembered. That should be in there, see? When I told my friends that I wanted to grow up and become a comedian, they all laughed at me. Well, they're not laughing anymore. We judge based on results. Yes. See? I mean, Calendar Man joke only works when it's Batman delivering it, and it's the whole Calendar Man, your days are numbered. That's the joke. If we're going for sympathy, you got them. That sucks that they're not laughing. That you didn't get the joke. That was a good joke, actually. You didn't get that one because I think it was too good. Right, so what dungeons can I do at this level, roughly? I'm level 37. Dungeons. I'm 3 levels away from being... I could try the Scarlet Armory, actually. Oh, you know what? We could try the Scarlet Armory and I could maybe get some plate. Should we... And we can get the cool helmet, can't we, as well? Does anyone want to try the Scarlet Armory? Anyone up for... Scarlet Armory doesn't drop plate. Yeah, but it could drop the cool helmet and the shoulder. That might be mail armor. I can take that. I can tank. Maybe. 30 to 40 you spend entirely in the monastery. Alright, I think we can do this. Let's head toward the Scarlet Monastery. Where is the Scarlet Monastery? I don't think it's in Kalimdor, is it? No. It might be over here in the Eastern Kingdoms. And yeah, it's up there. I know where we are. Right, so step 1. We need to get to the Eastern Kingdoms. That's fine. I can use my Hearthstone to teleport me back. Blaze says you can tank with your Paladin or DPS. Blaze, you tank. I will try to DPS because I'm not built for tanking yet. If you want to go and tank, Blaze, that can work. People can summon you. They could, but I'm not going to let them. Alright, I'm a strong independent Paladin who don't need no summon. I love the fact that the summoning stone is still linked to Northshire. Tanking is difficult. However, I will learn how to do it. I just need to get better armor and also a shield and also know what I'm doing. Hearth in Northshire. So there was a bit of a bug in the Burning Crusade where if you play as a human paladin, you can't rebind your Hearthstone. Everyone else can do it, but if you do a human paladin, you're kind of stuck in just Northshire. You've done well with tanking so far. Not died yet, have I? Right, who wishes to... Who wishes to join us for Scarlet Monastery? Need heals and 2 DPS for Scarlet Monastery Armory. Thankfully, not many pick humans. The bug isn't widely known. That's true. It's a weird bug. It only happens if you specifically name your character Joshadin as well. I don't know why. It just happens. Did any video game ever make me cry because of its story? Oh, many. Most recently, Expedition 33. Oh, like a baby. Bald. Absolutely bald. Invite DPS. You can be invited. Right, let me sell some stuff first. Right, what don't I need? Obviously keep the elixir of water breathing. That's kind of important. Ooh, the Pendant of Mizrael can actually be sold, can't it? 'Cause I'm not going to use that. Spirit and stamina, but not as good as my equipped one. It can't be sold. Okay. Let me sell everything else that isn't necessary. What is not needed? I'll keep my wild hog so I can get that out and have a quick munch if I need later. I can get rid of... That's not as good as what I've currently got. Let me just sell all of this. The Forest Pendant of the Monkey. Never going to use that. That is magic armor. And I think everything else, honestly, can pretty much just be thrown away. What I should probably do is keep like a couple of potions and things. A couple of lotions and potions just so I can eat and drink in between what we call pulls in this game. That's what us Warcraft players refer to them as, and that's when you have pulled the enemy toward you. Okay, brilliant. Looking good. Looking good. Might be 1 to 2 levels higher than the required. Can you check it? So, Blaze, you are level 43. And it is level... Yeah, 41 is the... 41 is the cap. Viluk, you know what? We can invite you. That's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to have caps on when I typed that. Blaze, you can join on... You know, why don't we try the graveyard and see how well that goes? And then we'll just step up from there and there and there. Is your action bar 1, 2, 3 because that's all classic paladins do? Yes. Yeah, why make it more complicated than it needs to be? Just have it be nice and simple, nice and easy. Well, let's fly. You're too low for Armory and Cath, but I can do the first two. We can do that then. That's absolutely fine. We can level you up. When you are leveled up, you can come and join us. Let's go to South Shore and travel all the way from there. I'm just screaming at my party right now. What's my opinion on the change to Undead's Rude, or have you already mentioned it? I have no idea what the change is. Sorry. What's my favourite food? Potentially pizza. Maybe mac and cheese and bacon. Maybe a good panini with some bacon brie and cranberry on it as well. But pizza's good. Pizza's good. Crispy fried beef from the Chinese is also good. This isn't hardcore, is it? No. No, it's not hardcore. Emotionally, yes. Mechanically, no. So we need one more person for... Okay, 35, 32. We need a healer for Scarlet Monastery. Probably Graveyard, then Library. So we'll see what happens. It's horribly warm in the UK. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, Zol, you've just put 07. Is that like... Are you doing that? Or are you just... Are you saluting? Or do you wish to be invited? You've been debating making an alt that can heal or tank. Which is more needed? Just make a paladin, do both. 07's in chat. Have we been raided by Dug? Yeah, make a paladin, do both. Make a priest. Do both. Oh, they can't tank, can they? Or make a druid. See, I think every class should be able to play every role in the game. Medi, oh my god, I agree with you so hard. We're friends for life now. Bonded. Bonded and made as mates. I can heal. 37 Resto Druid. In that case, get in the team. Right, Blaze, do you have a slightly lower character? Oh no, P. Do you have a lower level toon? As you might be slightly too high for this and therefore destroy everyone's experience. You wish you could heal as a hunter. Just shoot people with healy darts. Yeah, there you go. Just shoot them with heal darts. Did you hear they're bringing a new class to D&D that was originally in 3rd edition? It's called the Scion. I did not. Tell me about that. We will level up, then meet you in the armory then. We will level up and then eat you in the cathedral. They use their brains for mental psychic powers, that's it. Oh, cool, it's a wizard. Wizards are good, scions can be cool. Right, Blaze, you may need to drop out of this one then, while we do the other stuff, because we're level 37s. We can level through some dungeons, and then we can join you in the cathedral. I thought you said eat them in the cathedral. Hey. Hey. What happens in the cathedral stays in the cathedral. That's between you, me, and at that point, God. Right, so now we need... You know what? I can tank. It's fine. Can DPS for graveyard? Yes, you can. Right, can I do the graveyard? That's the question. Scarlet Graveyard is 36. I might be slightly too high level for that. We'll try the graveyard or the library. Can we all do the library? I feel that's the best. Right, so we're between... Ah, hang on, Cedar, you're 30. That might be too low. 30, 32... San here can do that. This is the problem with trying to get people. 32 to 37 is... Yeah, that's the library. We need 32 to 37. We can try the graveyard, but I don't think the graveyard would work because I'm too high for that. Thank you anyway. We need someone who is between level 32 and 37 and is also online. Anyone between 32 and 37. This is the problem with trying to organize anything. Right, let's have a look in the guild. 32 to 37. Right, Vil. They're currently, I think, in this party anyway. Why can't you move this stupid window? God damn it. Possibly not me, though. Right, we've got a couple of people here. Me. So there's one, two, three, four. There are 4 people in the entire guild that fit that. Druz and Humble. And Druz is already in here. Humble, we might need to steal you. Bunch of us in raid at the moment, Josh. Give it an hour and you'll have people jumping at the chance. We don't have an hour. Damn it. We need people now. That was my impression of a mid-90s action film military general. Humble. Steal for what? Join for a Scarlet Mon run. How much gold do I have? 14 whole coins. You're welcome. Humble is starting to worry. What, the fact that Humble might need to be stolen as part of the group? Humble Bertha. You don't need to join the group. It's okay. We'll just all judge you. We're not doing Cathedral. No, we're not. We are doing... Library? I'll do 1 or 2. Yes! Bertha is in. We're doing the library. When streamer privilege fails. This is what happens when you aren't at the end game all the time forever. That's fine. Bertha's a priest. We will not die. This will be excellent. And now we travel over to the place. You looked for 3 days for a Deadmine group and couldn't find one. This is why MMORPGs are fun when everyone starts playing together. Like, if we all just jump in, brilliant. It's when you're trying to all collectively mix and match. This is why I quite like level scaling in some ways. And why I like Final Fantasy XIV, leveling you down, letting you join in with people. As great as it sounds to level together with your mates, you end up leaving so many people behind who weren't part of that initial push, initial group. Why are you the best WoW player? I honestly think it's because somebody had to take on that mantle and everyone else was busy. But I don't mind being the best WoW player. We're going to the Western Plaguelands and then we're going to the Tristfall Glades, or do we do Silverpine Forest? I think we do Silverpine Forest, don't we, which is that way. Right, Silverpine Forest, then we get there. Is summon possible? Yes. Yes, summon will be there. Oh, is that Vico? Excellent, cool, Vico's with us. Yeah, we'll summon you. We will summon. Just natural talent, really. How does FF14 do? It sounds kind of interesting. So whenever you join in Final Fantasy XIV, you get leveled down to whatever the maximum level of the area is. So if you are level 50 and you join your friend who's level 30 and you both go and do a level 27 dungeon, then the game will scale your stats down as if both of you are level 27. It's often... I know that RPGs need to have progression. I get that. I just think it is sometimes a little bit of a shame when, if your friends aren't with you for that initial progression push, it can feel difficult to say to them, yeah, just level up. Because when I get to level 70, there will be a load of people who want to, play the game all the time. When we get to 70, loads of stuff. Yeah. Scaling does still result in you being somewhat stronger because the scaling isn't perfect, but I think an imperfect system that is trying to allow more people to play the game together is often better than a perfect system which doesn't. Yeah, it truly is the meme of now we can play the game. Does WoW give anyone else a seizure when you first started up because of the login screen is flashing? No, Lunora, you're just... I think you may be having a stroke when you load up the game. That does not happen to anybody else. Sorry. One of the reasons that I've also considered stepping away from the Burning Crusade Anniversary and just playing WoW Classic Vanilla is when you get to the top level, you just kind of, that's it, you just stay there. That gnome needs to catch up with me. Get on my level. Why no Season of Discovery? I didn't want to play it, wanted to play Burning Crusade. You can tell it's hot because he's stripping. Yeah, this is coming off slowly. We'll get there in the end, don't you worry. Have a great rest of my day. You know what, I will. Start of the day was challenging, but the rest of it, it's going to be good. There are a lot more players leveling. It's easy to find low-level groups in hardcore. I think the issue that I would face if I played hardcore would be low-level groups will be quite popular because you're simply going to have more people who are low-level as people die. And maximum-level groups are going to be quite cautious. But I feel that with hardcore, you're going to get that kind of awkward middle bit when you get to around level 40, maybe level 50. Where the amount of groups just drop substantially. Because as people die there, they just go and then restart. I could try a hardcore character at some point in the future. 40 to 50 is Zul'Farrak, it's fine. When we've done this, we'll go to Zul'Farrak. What were my thoughts on Where Winds Meet? Overall, as a video game, I had a really good time. I really enjoyed it. I thought the combat was fantastic. I thought that for a free game, it was brilliant. I think that I've spent a lot more money and got a lot less from other games. Graphically, audio, combat-wise, it was great. Narrative, I didn't really vibe with it because it's very Eastern wushu. And, oh, Blaze, what's up? I didn't really vibe with it narratively. It challenges me, but I don't really... Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I don't really have the cultural background to understand a lot of what it's trying to say. There's a lot of ancient cultural mysticism symbology that I just don't get. I think that menu-wise, it was overwhelming. The best way I can describe Where Winds Meet from a technical point of view is overwhelming. There's just too much stuff going on. Way too much. And I think I didn't dislike anything specifically within it. It tries to do a lot. It was... There's a stealth section, then there's a card game, then there's a chess game, then there's a run and catch the orbs section, then there's a platforming section, then there's a jumping section. It's like there's a lot of mechanics in it. Like a huge amount of mechanics in Where Winds Meet, and not all of them feel fleshed out. They're better than they have any right to be, but I feel that they're just adding in... The way I describe it is, if you left Elden Ring alone in a basement for a month with nothing but a copy of Journey to the West, a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon DVD, and every menu from every Chinese takeaway ever. When you open that door after a month, you would then have Where Winds Meet. The problem is that there are just too many mechanics in the game. that don't all need to be there. They're not all adding something. What's happened now? What's the embarrassed thing? I'm reading through the chat, see what's going on. Yeah, I didn't really vibe with the complexity of what they were trying to do with just everything. And I enjoyed the combat, though. So there was a boss, in fact, the end of Chapter 1, if you've played Where Winds Meet, that I struggled with more than... probably more than Melania from Elden Ring. Like, there were some really hard bosses. The Wandering World bosses in Chapter 1 of Where Winds Meet are legitimately difficult. And the fact that this was a story boss, a narrative boss, I thought there is no way. This has got to be like an optional boss. Nope. No, it's just a really, really difficult bit. That's a quit point. Oh, God, yeah, without a doubt. That is a quit point right there. The monastery is this way. Oh, that's a lot of enemies all just hanging around. And as you fight the boss, you've got several menus to deal with. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. Oh, yeah, combat and set design, without a doubt. Combat and set design carried it. The Scythe Witch fight at the end of Chapter 1, though, I think was a legitimately good fight. So, I think my overall opinion of Where Winds Meet was a very solid game with excellent combat, really fun weapon swapping mechanics. I loved the fact that you choose a weapon and then you choose which martial arts set you're going to equip to the weapon. So you can use a spear, and then you can use like an aggressive spear or a defensive spear or an area of effect spear. If you use a fan, you can do close-up melee attacks, or you can do healing attacks and stuff like that. I preferred the fan. The fan was really good. Healing fan and spear, or healing fan and tanky Mo sword, I thought were great combinations of weapons. In fact, you know, if we do a couple of runs of this, I might even jump on and see if I can stick Where Winds Meet up as a game and just show you guys the game, because it was really fun. I enjoyed it. Big fan of the fan, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I kind of wish that I could do solo dungeons. It's, I think, a shame that I can't. I know that, of course, as soon as you start doing solo dungeons, everyone then gets mad and they're like, no, you've ruined the heart and the essence of the MMORPG genre. But it is a shame when you limit your game to when a wave of players joins, perfect. If a wave of players doesn't join, everyone quits. Let me explain this. So, have you guys ever played Command & Conquer? I try to explain this using Command & Conquer logic. Imagine this. You're playing Command & Conquer, which is a real-time strategy game. Love real-time strategy games. They're fantastic. You're going to put down your machine gun outposts. And you've got a couple of machine gun posts, and machine gun posts are excellent at shredding enemy infantry. Let's say the enemy has 10,000 men to attack you with. If they send one man, and then another, and then another, and then another, eventually you will just kill every single one of those men. They'll all get to your machine gun post, you'll gun them down, no one will get into your base, as long as it is a constant flow of just one guy at a time. This is almost like one person joining an MMORPG, realizing there's not enough people around, and so leaving, and then somebody else joining, realizing there's not enough people around, and so leaving. If all 10,000 men attacked the base at once, they would overwhelm the machine gun turrets, destroy them, and you'd win the fight. If 10,000 people all join an MMORPG at once, then it hits that critical mass, that snowball effect of players, and everyone stays around and plays and has a good time. The problem that we run into is when a new server starts, or when a new MMO starts, everyone joins at the same time, which is what everyone loves. So let's do the library. Yeah, library is this way. Everyone loves it. You join it, everyone loves, everyone has a good time. The problem is that once that initial surge is over and it starts to go to the drip feed of players, If one player joins and realizes there's no one around to do dungeons with, that player quits. Then someone else joins, there's no one around to do dungeons with, that player quits. Had those players joined at the same time, they would have found each other. So sometimes it's about creating, not just avoiding quit moments, but creating rejoin moments. And this is what Path of Exile 1 and 2 do really well. The rejoining moments are phenomenal. Right, is this the library? I think this is the library. Okay, I'm tanking new, so good luck. Are we ready? Let me get Blessings of Might going on. Let me get the Retribution aura going on. And let me get the... Let me get this going on. Oh, do I have my special aura that gives me a load more damage? Righteous Fury. There we go. Right, let me get Righteous Fury on at all times. What is my aggro grab ability again? Was that S, not 876? S9. S9 is come to the defense of somebody else. Gotcha. What EverQuest Legends does and let people be tanks, heals, and DPS all in one. Yeah, it could definitely work. Now let me attack you with this. WoW fixed a lot of those issues people complained and asked for Classic. WoW Classic is fantastic if everyone joins at the same time. It is a brilliant game that requires something that a lot of players forget, and that is a critical mass of players to be hit. Once the critical mass of players is hit, phenomenal. It self-sustains, and it's that self-sustain that people forget about. You need to have X amount of people all join within quick succession. If X amount of people can all join at the same time, excellent. Works really well then. Let's grab you onto me. Everyone joins at the same time, everyone has a good time. If everyone doesn't join at the same time, that's a problem. Right. We've got one player using crowd control, that's fine. We're doing okay. And my mana's still going through there. Josh, consider Blessing of Wisdom for mana so you can spam... Ah, that's a good point. I will see if I can do Blessing of Wisdom instead of Blessing of Might. Right, we'll go for the Scarlet Adept in a second. Wasn't able to stun him in time, which is a shame. I will Blessing of Wisdom myself. Which means I can spam Consecration. Get more stuff. Josh, you don't know how rare it is to see crowd control. I mean... One person using crowd control seems fine, everyone else is good, everyone's mana seems okay. Get Consecration going up. Josh has no water breathing. Oh, don't you worry, we've got the water breathing elixir right there, see? It's very important we got the elixir. And then we just... Oh! The Beguiler robes. Interesting. 50 armor, stamina, intellect, and spirit. How do they look? They look pretty cool, alright. They are cloth, so they're not for me. That's huge. It's huge for one of the mages, so somebody else can have those. You now have water breathing. Excellent. Well, we've got some trash mob drops. Mages, good luck. Pass that on to you guys. That's why, see, streamer look. That's the important thing. You always want to come here with the streamer look. Very important. Why am I unable... I should be able to hit you with Judgment. I seem to be unable to do Judgment. Why is that? There we go. Now you've been judged. You guys need the streamer loot. You'll forget... You're sleeping on the streamer loot. Robes of the Beguiler. Big boost. What I might even do is what we call line of sight pulls later. I'm always judging people. That's my role as a streamer. You were stunned. These mobs spam stun. Well, it's alright. Normally I'm the one stunning people. Oh, there we go. There's the arrogance. Right, come this way, my friend. My little... Yes. Let's do some line of sight pulls into here. Then let's get Consecrate. What was the map Adam called? Leatrix. Leatrix maps. They're excellent. Does Consecrate run out as soon as I'm ready to cast it again? Okay, so Consecrate lasts for 8 seconds, and its cooldown is 8 seconds, which means that as soon as I can cast it again... Right, so basically you always want Consecrate to be consecrifying wherever you are. A, B, C. Always be using Consecrate. Got it. Got it. Let me just have a quick sip of this spell. If you've got the mana. I've always got the mana. And then I've got my aggro grab as well, which should be on Control 9 or Shift 9. Yep. Here's a question for the Paladin users out there. My fellow Paladin brothers. If I am using righteous, what's it called? Defense to grab the aggro of something else. I just need to be targeting the enemy, don't I? Not the player that... I can target the enemy, not the player. They changed it, because previously you had to target the player. If I use Righteous Defense while targeting an enemy that's already attacking me, does it use the ability or not? Because I don't think it does. I think you are able to use Righteous Defense only on things that are not currently attacking you. So if I try to use it now, it actually won't work. But if I find something that it can work on, then it will work on it. That's beautiful. Okay, so you cannot waste a Righteous Defense charge on an enemy that's not currently attacking you. That's genuinely really interesting. I like that. What's that additional hotbar doing there? Okay, so I don't tell any of you this, but I've actually got 2 hotbars going on, one of which is invisible, which contains all the moves that I'm actually using, because that allows me to actually be somewhat decent at what I'm trying to do. I've only got the joke of attack, seal of command, and consecrate on the main bar. However, if I can remember it correctly, on my second hidden bar, I've got bound to shift 3 is personal heal, bound to shift 4 is interrupt. If I make sure that I do the interrupt and then do judgment, I do extra damage, because that applies if you've got the seal of command. Bound to shift 5 is judgment, bound to shift 6 is... Shift 6 is the spell, I can't remember the name, that makes me immune to all damage for a couple of seconds. Shift 7 is lay on hands, which is where I get all of my health back, but I sacrifice my mana. Shift 8 is the one that makes me immune for 8 seconds, but I can continue attacking, but I have a 100% increase in time between my attacks. And Shift 9 is Righteous Defense, where I grab the aggro of any enemy that is currently attacking my allies. So I do know, let's double check that. Heal, stun, judgment, divine protection, lay on hands, divine shield, righteous defense, and shift equals, which would be that one, but I can't use it here, is mount. So when did he become so tryhard? It's not needlessly complicated. This is basically just how you play the game. All right? I've always known what my abilities do. I've just never mentioned them because I never needed to. I have always been doing this. It's just been funnier to make people think that I've only ever had 3 abilities bound. My actual ability bar is invisible at the top. What would Josh from months ago say? He was doing that too. How am I pressing Shift 9? I have 12 buttons on the side of my mouse, so my thumb can reach Shift 1 through to 12 whenever it needs to. I have always been doing this. I've just never pointed it out. Every time I've died, it's been because I'm just legitimately bad. Josh from months ago had almost as many buttons as that mouse. The buttons were always there. How do we get a refund for this? I'm sorry, are you feeling cheated now? That I was in fact always using multiple spells and abilities to try... Thank you. Nice try to pull off the healer there. I appreciate that. Sometimes you just got to pull off your healer, you know? Really show them thanks. There are certain before and after moments in my life. It takes a lot of input to look like you're not doing much. We got the Night Sky Sash, which is armor, stamina, and intellect, and we got the Dog Whistle, none of which I need. Because I've already got that. Takes a huge amount of effort to make it look like you're doing very little. You miss when I wasn't a sweat lord. What can I say? It's warm, I'm sweaty. You appreciate the lengths I go to in this stream. I don't want to look like I'm trying, I just want to try and have nobody think that I am in fact trying. That's the difference. What I might even start doing is, because I need the consistency, is I might switch it from Seal of Command to regular Seal of Righteousness, because that adds... Okay. Ooh, okay. Each attack does an additional 49 holy damage, whereas each attack has 70% of normal weapon damage. Whereas 70% of normal weapon damage would be... not as much as Seal of Righteousness. So I feel Righteousness is going to be better for tanking because it adds the consistency. What I can also then do is constantly spam, because Righteousness is guaranteed to do extra damage, which I think is really important. I've also got the Seal of... the Retribution Aura going on. Why hide the hotbar if it was 3 spells? Because it's funny that you all think this is the hotbar. That's what I want new people to think. Josh is one of those guys who secretly speaks perfect Chinese and just shocks the crowd in competent keyboard shortcuts. I don't remember the exact name of all of the spells, but I know what they do. I also know that spells I've got bound to Shift 6 and Shift 8 share a cooldown, which should be... Shift 6 is Divine Protection... Cannot use Shield Protection or Blessing of Protection. Shift 8 is Divine Shield. I don't think I've got Blessing of Protection anywhere. But yeah, I am more than aware that I've got 2 spells or 2 abilities at least that share a cooldown. It drives you insane the 3 buttons are neither centered nor evenly spaced. You cannot have fewer than 6 spots on the bar, no matter what you do. I tried. I really tried to make it smaller. What's with the yellow light today? Immersion for the paladin. That's just the light on me. That's the holy light shining onto me. God damn, why is Shift 4 not ready? I must have used it on something else, that's a shame. My illusion of you clicking a few spells is ruined. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Do you want to go back to just pretending that I suck? We can do that if you wish. The light of Shift F4. The light of Shift F4. I can't do anything while stunned, of course. What I can do is attempt to pull the fight back onto me as and when. There we go. Right, healer, how you doing? I'm feeling much more confident now with knowing what I'm doing. I feel that... Previously, I disliked tanking because I felt I had absolutely no... kind of survivability. Now I feel a bit more. Acrobatic Staff of Nature's Wrath. Nature spell damage. That's pretty good. I don't need that, though. You guys can have it. Some Fade Leaf and some other stuff. Oh, look, Josh, the Warlock learned from you. Run in a Hellfire right after a pull. I, as a tank, am learning to hate Warlocks. As a Warlock, I am learning that the tanks have endless patience for my shenanigans. What we can do, though, is line of sight pull the enemy over here, which means that we should be able to keep constantly spamming this. Then I can change, do that, and then get you. Lovely stuff. Right, you guys can deal with the Scarlet Monk. I'm going to target the Diviner. I've also got Skull bound to E. So whenever I'm targeting an enemy, if I press E, it will skull them. That will hopefully guide the DPS to kill whatever the skull is. Hacking Cleaver of the Wolf. We're getting some drops today. We are seeing some green drops. Everyone's got at least half mana. That's more than we need. Right, fight the Diviner first, please. That'd be great. Which character in the Fraser cinematic universe do I identify with the most? Oh, they're all so good. Right, once the Diviner's done, then we go on to you. Thank you for the interrupt, whoever that was. That was a decent level of interrupt. Kill this guy first if we can. Thank you. I am low on mana, but I should be able to... I don't need that or that. Keep you up at least. How close are we? Yep, that's on cooldown, so that's good and ready to go. My blessing ran out. Oh yeah, I did it. That's it. Blessing of Wisdom back up. Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding me the Blessing of Wisdom ran out. We've got to keep the spellbook open just for the vibes. I wish you could move the spellbook. That's like the only thing I really want to do is move the spellbook. It's a shame that you can't do that. We all ready? Cool. Look, we all look ready and good. Let's go. I was not able to interrupt that because my interrupt was not there. There's an add-on for moving the spellbook. I'll see if I can get it. Damn, even with the Blessing of Wisdom, I'll tell you what, my mana is low. But you tank it, you pull it, you kill it. You tank it, you spank it. Upper right. You can't move it without that, can you? No, see? No, you're not allowed to. I thought you meant upper right as in that's how you could move the thing. Yeah, I realized there it was the Blessing of Wisdom had gone off. I'm just thirsty for mana, you know. Just a little thirsty mana boy. But if it's a choice between using Judgment in order to effectively expend my seal or just leaving the seal on, it's always going to be worth leaving the seal on because of the extra damage it's going to do. I think it's going to be worth leaving it on. Imagine chugging water every pull. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to have to do. Right, there you are. Oh, good job chasing the enemy down. How are we? I mean, I think we're doing pretty well. You let me know how we're doing. Remember to water your paladin, guys. Remember, every now and again, you got to get your paladin wet. You did not know that I was this much into marine biology. Look, I just love seals, alright? Kiss from a Rose, banging song. We're not doing badly, are we? We're not doing badly at all. Right, this is the guy that I want to grab. I want to grab you with my ranged pull Judgment, and then I want to line of sight the Diviner over to us before we aggro everything here. I want to possibly interrupt your spell and then expend my seal on you. Then go back to attacking the monk. Beautiful. I am just trying to talk out the abilities I'm doing as I'm doing them, so I'm learning. It's very important for me to be able to learn. You know what? As a paladin, I'm thinking that maybe I should put my health and mana in the middle of the screen. Because I'm looking at the middle of the screen more than anything else. How do you feel about neglecting your party's blessing? What blessing should I be giving the party? Should there be a blessing the party needs that I'm not currently giving them? Oh, is it because I'm the only paladin and I've not blessed them yet? Alright, hang on. Everyone gets blessed. Alright. You guys, wisdom. Your wisdom. Wisdom. And I'm assuming wisdom. Alright, cool. Everyone's wise. Like an add-on that adds the HP or MP bar above or below your character. That would be really useful, actually. Right, I'm going to try and line of sight, pull that guy from over there if we can, just to get them all together. Beautiful. Right, focus on the diviner, please. There's no real point me giving instructions in Twitch chat, because I know for a fact that everyone is just lagging behind anyway. I might need some mana after this pull. Good job, everyone. Long redwood bow and another long redwood bow. I need neither of those things. But good job to whoever does need both. We got... everyone looks good to go. You like my summer tan? Thank you very much. I'm going to go this way first. Try and kill these guys. And then pull them back to here. While we fight here. Right, I have my blessings up. Is there some kind of add-on that reminds me when I don't have the right blessings on? Because I feel that there's a lot of stuff here that I'm missing. We need some kind of paladin add-on, like a paladon, that informs you what your blessings should be, what your attacks should be. Let me grab that person to here. Yeah, that'd be really easy if we could get that. Pally power, some sort of powerful add-on. Yeah. It doesn't need to be too powerful. But there could definitely be a little bit of a helpful add-on, you know? He's out of control. This tryharding is crazy. How am I tryharding? You tell me what I'm doing that you would consider tryharding. And I will tell you what is and is not true. Using spells. 2 hotbars. I'm sorry. I've changed. I'm not the man you all knew. Tell you what, though, the damage this group is doing is lovely. Lovely bit of damage. Paladin is the auto-attack simulator. You say that, but I'm still trying. I am being a little try-hard, that's true. Sometimes we all like to try a little bit. Memorizing buttons and using shift. It's funnier that you can't see the buttons. And so everyone just assumes that I'm just going to use all of the ones on the hotbar. It's just a lot funnier. Yeah, we can have a little bit of a try-hard as a treat. The next thing I need to do is memorize the... And I think I can probably do this. Memorize the names of all the abilities. So I know exactly what they're doing as and when. I do now know that the Consecration is an 8-second cooldown, and that consecries for 8 seconds. Are the open bags an element of the stream overlay? Nope. They're just open bags that I'm holding open all the time. And yep, we've got enough mana, so that's fine. Let's just jump in over here and attack you like this. You are then going to do that, which I can't cancel yet, which is annoying. Over here, Chaplain. I just think it's funny to try and be as sweaty as possible, but without anyone really realizing. Real gamers memorize the Contra code. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, start. Or that's the Konami code, isn't it? Yeah. I didn't know that. I can summon a jet in San Andreas, which I think was R1, L1, R2, R1, R2, L1, R2, up, down, left, right, triangle, square, X, circle. I think so. It's one of those codes where if you put a controller in my hand, I could probably summon the jet, but I wouldn't immediately know without having the controller in my hand. Like, muscle memory knows it more than anything else. Yeah, there are some codes that are muscle memory more than absolutely anything else. Right, kill this monk first. Kill this monk next. The diviner should be on me, but I don't think he is. Okay, well that was annoying. Sorry the diviner wasn't on me for that one, guys. L1, L2, R1, R2, up, down, left, right. If you put a controller in my hand, I would do it. But I do not know how to do it without the controller. Right, hope everyone's got mana, because I'm going in now. And after we've gone in and pulled them all the way back to here, we consecrify the ground, and now we attack. Stop that. You get judged. You get attacked. Ground's back up. Right, what are we missing? We've got 5 minutes worth of Righteous Fury. We are missing Blessing of Wisdom. The Night Sky Mantle. Don't need that. Does look cool, but I don't need it. Right, let's go grab these last 2 Scarlet Monks, then we're in for the boss fight. I'm out of mana, so let's just auto-attack these all the way through. Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Josh would be it. I'm turning now. Good luck, everyone else. Yep. Well, I mean, it's polite just to wish them luck, at least. Muscle memory is a huge advantage to doing these things. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Right, let's just get everyone boosted up, shall we? You know what, minions? You can have Blessing of Wisdom as well. Right, everyone get wisded. Blessing of Wisdom on everyone. I'm out of mana. Let me just drink a potion. Blessing of Wisdom. Where is the... There you are. Right, cool. We're all wise. You guys ready? Got Righteous Defense on. I think we're all tanked up and good to go. I'd say this has been a pretty good run so far. Ooh. Banded Helm of the Bear, strength and stamina. Ah, that's a shame. It's a cool looking helmet, but it's not as good as what I've currently got. Boots of the Falcon, they're cloth. Don't need them. I'm assuming you just opened this chest over here. Haven't seen any blues drop. Yeah, we got the robe at the start. I've seen a blue drop. We got the robe all the way at the start. So we've already seen some really good stuff, to be fair. Okay, we'll have to be... Yep, there we go. Run out the room. After that, we come back in. Now we continue attacking. Am I looking forward to being a plated boy? Oh my god, so much. I like the class fantasy of having the plate and all of the damage that comes, all the defense and stuff. Right, we got the Hypnotic Blade. Ooh, increased damage and healing done by magical spells by up to 9. And we got... Hang on, is that actually better for me? Can paladins use daggers? And the Robe of Dawn, which... armor would go way down. Alright, cool. None of those are for me. But I will grab this key from over here. Alright, so you can't use daggers. That's a real shame. I think that was a really good library run. You can't carry any more. I've already got the Scarlet Key. Right. You guys want to try Armory? Do you want to try the Armory? I think this is a good group. I feel strongly that this group could do it. Okay, let's clear as we go. There is no try. There is only give it a go. And I feel that I'm going to get some items and weapons and armor. And I'll learn how to tank more. You're a good tank. You don't rush. You never rush. I should be using a shield as a tank. However, I haven't yet found... Because leveling through the open world kind of requires you to do damage. So I needed a two-handed weapon. If I can level via dungeons, then I can, in fact, simply go into tank and spank. Every time you hear the word propaganda, you think of me taking a real good look at something. That's when a Yorkshireman stares at something. Death Knight tank in training. I like leveling via dungeons. I just want to make sure that I can do it without paying too much attention. The reason I love the Warlock is because, let's be fair, you can Warlock without really thinking about anything. I would love to do nothing but level via dungeons. But if I'm tanking while doing that, it's a bit more responsibility, isn't it? You're getting more confidence to tank. It'll be interesting to see dungeons. I agree. I agree. Once I am more confident and I've got the skills and the abilities... You can tank just fine without a shield at this level. I am learning that, yes. Although I think I would like a shield just for the class fantasy of having a shield. A shield and a fast-hitting weapon, which means that I can stack the Seal of Righteousness onto it. Because the Seal of Righteousness, of course, adds an amount of holy damage every hit. And the faster you hit, the more holy damage you're stacking. And then I also want to make sure that I'm using the... What's it called? The special ability that does... There we go. Righteous Fury. That gives me just more damage provided. That I continuously... It generates more holy threat. That's the phrase. Generates holy threat. Feral Druid for tanking is pretty mindless. I just want to know how to do it. It's important to me to know that I'm learning and improving. You had a Gnome Warrior as a tank. He had 3 macros that click for him because of arthritis. I will learn. I like the fact that the Paladin isn't meant to have a ranged pull attack, except the Judgment has a range of, I think, 10 feet. Yeah, 10 yard. Sorry. Feet, yard, same thing. You'll need a group for Terok and most of the mini-bosses. Yeah. We're looking at people in the chat right now. You. Get judged. 10 yards is 30 feet. Inches, centimeters, same thing. 10 in-game units. That's all it needs to be. 10 units of roughly in-game distance. Now, the one thing that I do know is that people very much like it when you can tank a bigger group faster, but I don't want to do that. All right, we go slow. We grab the aggro as and when. We stay safe. 10 paces. Okay, now we need to reassess slightly because we've got some more that we've pulled. But I can keep you over here. We go with the soldier first. We pull these guys back as we can. Right, the Scarlet Conjurer's attacking, but I want to focus down the soldier. After that, I want the Conjurer gone. Insignia gloves. What do they do? Strength and agility. Not for me. And now onto the elemental. Good. That was a nice little bit. I can't do almost any damage to this thing because I have a flame weapon. It also seems to be It's invulnerable. Someone's banished it. Oh, I can banish it, can't I? Right, got it. Okay, that was decent. That was good. Let's go this way now. It's tiny little bits of Ragnaros. I'm just going to have a quick sip of juice before we carry on. The thing that I do like about being the tank is that everyone just follows me. I like that. Like, I can just kind of, you know, go. And then everyone else just goes with me. I think that is, honestly, super. Let's get rid of this Conjurer first. He's probably going to do at least one spell, which is going to be annoying. But what's it like for you guys to watch the tank gameplay? Is that more or less boring than watching the Warlock gameplay? Because I can't look at chat as much when I'm tanking. Same as always. Josh, we don't watch you for the gameplay. Yeah, but like, you could pretend that you do. You could pretend that you're all here because I'm just like really good at the game. Just sit there and look pretty. People look at the second monitor. There's less drowning involved. I'm never here for the games. You would love to see me tank Moradon? Or Maraudon? Yeah, I'll tank Maraudon. I'll tank everything. It's fine, don't worry. I've got 3 abilities on the hotbar. I don't know what else you guys think I need. I'm pretty sure that we are all good to go. I want to see if I can pull you using a distant judgment and then pull you back. Yeah, there we go. What is Maraudon? Maraudon? I'm sure I've done Maraudon before as a dungeon. Maraudon is the one with the big woman at the end, isn't it? I think. Right, we're going to go this way, guys. You all ready? I think I enjoyed Maraudon. Right, Conjurer first. Let's just get this up onto me. In we go. Cancel the Conjurer. Judgment. Get the seal back up. Forget that. Let's go. You know what? I think that I used to avoid playing tanks because I didn't like the fact that you didn't get to see big numbers. But the fact that you're seeing constant numbers while Consecrified Ground is there is actually lovely. And the fact that you're seeing constant numbers from the Aura of Retribution, where the enemies take damage from hitting you, is also nice. Oh god, guys, Paladin might be in my class. It may end up being that this is the class, because I like the numbers. Tanks do great AoE. They do, don't they? We've got the Aura of Righteousness, we've got Consecration. Is there another Paladin AoE, or is it pretty much just Consecration? Get a Shield Spike enchant, you'll see even more. Guys, when you've made the sale, stop selling. I'm not going to need to seal twist, though. That's silly. Seal twisting seems like a little bit too much. Don't know if you guys saw that, but I was able to do an interrupt on that first spell there from the Evoker. I like to point out whenever I engage with mechanics because it reminds me that I need to. Josh, I have a big take of the following immoral. When I was... Okay, I see. Let's have a long read of this very long message. Cyber Jesus, I don't know. That is a remarkably deep and personal message, and I think you need to ask someone who is not a streamer. Like, the honest answer is, that's above my pay grade, man. I'm playing Paladin with 3 abilities here. Right, where are we going this way? We all good? I think we're all good. Let's go. I had to make sure that I'm not losing any of the enemies as we go. Once you learn seal twisting, it was a blast. I will not twist a seal. I've got respect for all marine life. Apart from jellyfish, they're stupid. There we go. Yeah, jellyfish are actually very easily twistable. If we were to make a list of the most twistable animals, I think jellyfish would be right at the top. Protection Talent Tree also has a blessing that deals damage every time you block with a shield. You know what? I'm actually really excited about being a Protection Paladin, because even though I'm tanking right now, I am entirely built into Retribution. I've put 23 points into Retribution and 5 into Protection, and the only 5 I've put in are you have a higher chance to block, and I'm not currently using a shield. So, currently, every point in that path is basically useless. That's classic for you, man. I have built the most inefficient paladin for it. Yo, you guys both attack me, please. There we go. It works perfectly. At least it does for me. I have also realized that as a... I think this is what scared me. As a tank, I used to think that I was in charge of my health, when I'm not. I'm in charge of my mana. The healer is in charge of my health. That makes this a lot easier, to be honest. I don't need to worry about my own health at all. That's somebody else's problem. I'm in charge of how many enemies there currently are. Or which specific enemy we are focusing down. Let's focus this protector, please. And then somebody else can grab that with a distance attack. Then we go for that. Hey Josh, did you know Twitch now has used every channel to use their AI? It does, actually. So, what we could do is use this channel to train AI, but also train it wrong. Let's use that to mess up the AI. Let's corrupt the AI now, okay? Let's do that together. You know what? I think more films should star James Corden. That's what we all really want, isn't it? When people ask AI, when the bigwigs over at Warner Bros. Ask AI, who should we cast in our films? I would like the top answer to be James Corden. Don't teach it that. Why not? Because then the companies will cast James Corden and nobody will go and see the films, and then they'll lose money and faith in AI. We want to teach AI the wrong thing. CyberJesus, you've just sent the same message again. But you know what? Fine, you need attention, so I'm going to read it out. Josh, I have a big take. Is the following immoral? When I was underage and my father died, my mother used my share of the heritage to build a house which is now worth a fortune. I have money problems, don't get support from my mother, and can't pay any bills because I started going to university. Now I found out that my mother builds houses in other countries and goes for 2 weeks to Las Vegas. Is it immoral for me to ask for my heritage from my deceased father, and worst case, go to court for it? Okay. You know when I said this is a little bit above my pay grade? Like, I don't know. I have got no idea what your life situation is, what your family situation is, what people are or aren't thinking about you, what you should or should not do with your money, and the fact that you are asking a streamer for advice that is that important and essential and, you know, powerful, I think you need to talk to a lawyer or a priest lawyer. If that's a copy pasta that I don't get, great. If you are genuinely asking if it's immoral to ask for money that you are owed because of a family dispute based on some kind of real estate kind of empire, I don't know. Because remember, it's very important to say this. I am a paladin, but I'm not your paladin. So the advice that I can give you as a paladin may be different to the advice that other people will give you. Have you tried asking God? What would Arthas do? Have you tried purging a city? I'm not saying that it's going to work. I'm just asking if you've tried. Josh, I strongly disagree with AI poisoning. Does it not seem like progress hindering? Sometimes if you want to train, the best thing to do is to make training hard. Because what we then do is we teach the people that are programming AI how to avoid the poisoning of it. It's all beneficial. We're all working together with this. But in all seriousness, like, what do you want me to say? Is it immoral for you to ask for money that you are owed? Not particularly. Depends what your morals are. Morals are both a cultural and societal construct. You can have someone that says one thing is immoral, someone else from a different society or a different culture will say it's effectively required. There's lots of different possibilities for it. Only you know your true situation. You know what? Yeah, James Corden should be James Bond. Make it happen. You've only got to change his last name. Sometimes people do ask me questions because I think they are just desperate for answers. People just want answers. Some people are stuck in life situations they don't want to be in, and they just really, really, really want answers to their questions. I get that. I genuinely do understand that. But at the same time, there is a limit to what I think you should ask advice on from people who are not qualified in any way. Why are you so desperate for answers? I mean, we all want to feel comfortable, don't we? You sound British, so you must be right in everything. It's true. It's very true. I definitely am. All right, healers that are currently in this party, how are we doing in general? We feeling good? You feeling happy? I'm hoping we're feeling happy. Let's grab everyone down here. Right. Pull back to here for line of sight, please, if you can. Alright, good job with the sheep. Let's get rid of this Myrmidon first, because they do a hell of a lot of melee damage, which is super duper annoying. I can probably try... Oh, you back onto me, my friend. Beautiful. Evoker seems about ready to die next. And that was a lovely bit of control. Good job, guys. Very good job all round. Sorcery Braces of Fiery Wrath, plus 11 fire spell damage. Don't use fire spells. Golden Scale Cuirass. Don't need it. Archer's Boots of the Eagle, not better than what I've got. Good job, guys. That was a nice little survive. It wasn't the most dangerous thing, but we survived it, which is impressive. Sometimes it's just nice to know that we are able to survive the complexity. Oh, probably my Blessing of Wisdom ran out. That's why I'm thirsty. I sometimes forget I'm a thirsty boy because Blessing of Wisdom goes away. Would I enjoy a succulent Chinese meal? I think I would always enjoy. Who amongst us would not enjoy a succulent Chinese meal every now and again? Good job there, healer, by the way. I was watching my health. I was nervous for a moment. Welcome in, Rosh. Who is raiding? Max, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. We are currently going through the Scarlet Monastery. We're in the armory. First time I've ever tanked this. Amazing team are currently helping me out. Ooh, the Scarlet Belt. That is just a straight-up improvement for me. I will need that and equip it straight away. Let's just get you on. Lovely. That's nice to know. We might need to get the whole set. Right, Scarlet Belt. What adds armor, defense, perfect for a paladin, shadow resistance, attack power, and hit rating. Oh god, yeah. Okay. Streamer client just in time for the raids. That's what we need. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. Oh my god, I didn't realize. I just remembered. The great thing about being a tank is that you get priority with everything, don't you? Like whenever there's any new gear or equipment, you gear the tank and the healers first. Oh, this is lovely. This might be my new favourite place to be. I think, deep down, I just like being in charge. You're also the only melee male character there. Yeah, but beyond that, it's also just really important that I'm always the one that everyone gives everything to. I feel that my position should be... Yeah, that's what it is. If I want to be streamer and guild leader, I need to lead from the front. Congrats on the level up. And leading from the front means that I need to be geared. You don't get that nice succubus, though. I'm the guild leader. I'll get a couple. Hello, Josh. As a fellow Josh, I think you're swell. Objectively correct. Everything anyone called Josh has ever said is true. Right. I'm just checking everyone's... Everyone's all good and back up. Yep, we've got that going on. We've got this happening. We've got the retribution aura is active. This is great. I might not be the fastest tank in the world. That's the end of that sentence. There's nothing that kind of comes after that. I just might not be the fastest tank in the world. I might be. I don't know. I haven't checked all of them. Have I lost my... What was the ability? That's the one, Righteous Fury. That probably wasn't on, which is why I wasn't getting as much aggro. Are you tanking? I'm tanking so well. Turns out the trick to tanking is get hit, don't die. I was struggling with the second part of that. The getting hit, I've pretty much mastered. I am definitely one of the tanks ever. Right, let's see if I can pull you guys back this way. Ideally, I just want to pull these two at the same time. Right, the defender first, because the defender has that super duper annoying... You know, we're going to hit you for loads of damage ability as and when their health gets low, so we'll go with you guys first. And then after the defender, then we jump on the Myrmidon. If I could portray, act any video game character, who would it be? Any video game character? I would love to play Raziel in a TV or film version of The Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. I thought that would be fantastic. And I know that Ben Starr has always wanted to play Kain, so I think we could probably get that happening. I think we could work on that together. Apart from that... Ooh, there's so many really good potentials, aren't there? That sorceress dropped some cheese. I do love me some sorceress cheese. That would be fun casting. I would absolutely act alongside Ben Starr, Benjamin Starothy. You'd watch that. There we go. We'll just... I think I could play Henry Cavill in a biopic about Henry Cavill, and I would play the early years before he hit the gym. You know how like every biopic always starts off with the what they were like kind of vibe? That's what I would be. I would be on his like down and out phase before he gets successful. I'd watch that. You have a similar voice. What, to Henry Cavill? Or to Ben Starr? Or to Kain? Because we're all just British. That's all it is. Just Britishness. Defender first if we can. And, oh, yeah, I still got the blessing up. That's good. So when Henry was in the Count of Monte Cristo movie, was he in the Count of Monte Cristo? I've not seen that film in ages. I know I've seen it, because, like, you legally have to as an actor. But I've not seen it in ages. Right, you next. Back onto me, please. Then you. He was the son. Oh, goodness me. Sometimes actors are in things that you just do not expect. It's like if I ever meet... give me a second. If I ever meet Zac Efron, I probably won't, but I'll be like, oh my god! You were in Firefly! People forget that. People forget he was the very, very young River. Not River, he was Simon Tam. Go and watch Firefly again. And go and watch the start of the episode where you see Simon Tam as a flashback. And he's talking to his sister River at the time. Yeah, Zac Efron was in Firefly. Not lying to you. Would never lie to you. Is he the Scrubs guy? No, that's Zach Braff. Zac Efron is the one who ended up doing... What was the super famous film he was in? There was dancing. High School Musical, that was the one. Yeah, he was in High School Musical. Right, this defender first if we can, please. We keep up this as much as possible. I've got Righteous Defense on already. Back onto me, guys. Josh pretending to not know High School Musical. I've never seen it. Genuinely, I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry. I have genuinely never seen High School Musical. I had no interest in it when it was out. I'm sure it's probably a very good film. I'm sure there's probably some singing involved somewhere. Am I a fan of Twilight? I've also never seen Twilight. So, sorry. I'm sure that High School Musical is probably very good. Oh, just let me get absolutely battered by these guys. I am going to keep Consecration up no matter what happens. What the mages and warlocks do to the enemies is up to them. As long as they keep attacking me, we're all good. I have realized that 90% of tanking is just keeping Consecration up. Like, what happens after that is honestly kind of irrelevant. If Consecration is up, tanking is going well. A, B, C. Always be making sure that Consecration is active. Alright, Druz, you want to be healed? You guys sometimes forget that I've got healing. Are we all ready? Right. Let's go.
I've been waiting for a real challenge.
Give me your axe and your helmet. And ideally, honestly, your shoulder pads would be good. You know, just everything. Give me everything you've currently got. Is Blades of Light meant to do a lot of damage? Because it just doesn't seem to do a lot of damage. Yeah. Get naked for me, Herod. I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Take it off, Herod. Let me show you the light. Well, I mean, this boss seemed to go pretty well. That could have gone worse. And we take home... Ah, his shoulders! Fantastic! Which is strength and stamina, and more armor for me. That's beautiful! I'll take Herod's shoulders. Good choice, me. That is a big upgrade. Right, guys, get ready. Alright, well done. Now we go and loot these guys for their clothes. Can I even wear... I can actually wear the shoulders. Stamina and armor. That's big. That's big for the build. Because the elite shoulders, they are worse in every way. That was a good run, guys. Very good run. Again? I mean, I'm happy to go again. That was a decent run. I don't know if we're quite ready for... What's beyond the armory? It's the cathedral then, isn't it? Hey, Vicar's almost 33. Beautiful. Let's do it again then, man. Forgot some loot, mate. What did I forget? I'll go and get it again next time. I've got the shoulders, which is all I really came for, to be honest. You farm this whole church into the 40s. God damn. Okay, well, Humble, thank you for joining us. We may need to replace Humble then. That's not a problem. Need a good mage? Call me. We can... Yeah, we'll take a good mage. If you're the right level, let's do it. Love the 3 buttons. That's all you need. Attack, do magical holy damage, make the floor lava. The floor is holy lava. That's all Consecrate is. But yeah, in all seriousness, do it. Come and join us. We need one more person. Within the level range of 32 to 38? Armory. No, 33 to 41. If you're level 33 to 41, get involved. Floofy. Explosion at the cheese factory. Debris is everywhere. You know, a man threw a wheel of cheese at me once, and I thought, how dare he? I'm going to wait for you guys to laugh at that, because that was a good joke. That was a solid joke. And I would appreciate if you could all appreciate it some more. Right, I'm coming out now. We're going out. Let's go. Let's leave. Out, out, out. Let's go. You prefer the skeleton joke? I don't really think that's got any kind of... I mean, the bones are there, but it's missing the meat. Reset. Reset is done. Okay, BTD, you joining us? Floofies, if you want to make cheese jokes, how about a cheese fact? We'll step away from comedy for a second. We'll come into science. Which cheese is actually made backwards? The cheese-making process is an interesting one. Do you know which cheese is made backwards? Edam. Do you? You've got to write that down to understand it? Okay, cool. Scorpionussi, where are you? Let's go and... You want to summon? Oh yeah, we've got a warlock, haven't we? Let's just summon you here. Much easier. Yeah, so Edam is the word made, written backwards. And it's funny because Edam is a type of cheese, but made backwards, you assume that it's going to mean the cheese-making process goes the other way, but that's not what it means. It actually means that... Hang on, where's Blessing of... Don't reward that. Don't do that. Don't gift out subs for that. You're going to do nothing but encourage me. Thank you for the conjured water, Mr. Mage. Right, let me bless you all. And then in we go. Now you get it. Nice one, Josh. See, it's very important that I explain it to all of you. Right, are we all mages? Do you all need magical blessings? Come here, my children, let me touch you. With faith, obviously. Don't make that a soundbite. Well, it was fun to not be cancelled for a while. I'm not blessing you with salvation, you don't deserve that. You get the blessing of wisdom, that's all you get. The party are going to have some complaints. They are. Shall we all trade waters? You do whatever weird mage thing you need to do. I'm going to be just okay over here by myself. Just targeting me, blessing myself. Scorpion Hussy just runs straight in. Absolutely no messing. If you want to do like a spell cleave style thing, that's fine. I'm just going to try and keep everything on me. That's my plan. So Consecrate will be up. I will make sure that I've got Retribution Aura on, Righteous Furies on, Wisdoms are on. Right, we're all good. Everything is going good. Can't believe that I got the shoulder. That is a big, big boost. With this heat, you were expecting nipples out today. What I do in my free time is up to me. I'm wearing a very loose shirt for a reason. Will you aggro half a dungeon like normal tanks? Nope, we will do one enemy at a time. If anyone wants to grab any more, my god, they will tank it. I will tank whatever enemies I get. If you tank it, you spank it. Oh, the Ravager Axe would be great if we can get that. And it's unlikely we'll see it, but if we do see it, fantastic. We'll get that. The spankings will be doled out one at a time, as is tradition. I will continue to drink until the party is ready. When the party is ready, we will attack one thing. There should have been a Ravager Shield and a Ravager Mace. That would have been cool. That would have been really cool if they'd have completed the whole Ravager set. Isn't it modern WoW to pull everything? Oh god, yeah, modern WoW is you just get everything to attack you. Ravager Throwing Knife, Ravager Helm, Ravager Robe, Ravager Drink, Ravager Food, Ravager Branded Trinket. Just get everything, you know? Why not? Just complete the set. Why can't you 1.5 times this video? I can just talk faster, if that's what you'd like. Hooked on a feeding. You've invented a game called Wasps in Vests. It can be played by 4 players. That's all you have so far. I would like to invest in your Wasps in Vests. Why don't you talk me through how your game, how you imagine your game going? I'm going to be honest. At this point, you've already sold me. I feel that you have to unsell me. Anything you say now, I'm going to be more on board with. Let's go. Wasps in Vests. Played by 4 people. You're working on it. Okay. Have you got a title? Is the title Wasps in Vests and you're just working on it from there? I mean, it's not a bad place to be. Yes. Okay. Are we the wasps? Does the game come with wasps? I'm asking this mostly for the logistical shipping purposes, because if we have to ship this game with live wasps, while I'm not against that, it will limit where we can ship it to. The EU is going to make this difficult. Can I be a bee instead? Sithis, we are in the iteration phase, so I love your energy, but I really have to just state that it's just wasps. at this point. What we're not going to go is flying angry insects. You've got a game called Josh in a Vest. That's already this game. We're going to struggle with copyright for that one. Maybe there'll be a B DLC. Okay, I like it. We're thinking about scalability already. The main thing is wasps in vests. Are the wasps wearing the vests, or are we wearing the vests as players of which the wasps are then introduced into? Because when you said wasps in vests, I kind of pictured that... Do you remember that old game, Say It, Don't Spray It, where you had to put like a plastic plug thing in your mouth and then try and say words, and it was very funny? I thought this would come with 4 very tight-fitting plastic vests, of which a wasp is introduced into each of them. And that's as far as I've got. I was going to say the winner is the person that survives the longest. I might still say that. The winner is the person that leaves the vest on the longest. Can we have a microtransaction store? I love it. We're thinking mobile game already. I still do need to decide whether the wasps are going to be in the vests or whether they're going to be inside the vests that we are wearing. It's funny how we call it DLC when it's only 2 words. Downloadable. Oh yeah, good point. Downloadable content. Thank you for helping me with this brainstorming session. Hooked on a Feeding, have you been replaced by a giant amount of wasps currently piloting you? And this was actually helping them with some nefarious plans. I feel we may have just given away business advice for free to the wrong person. Buzz, 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 no. That's a joke. That's what bees would say. A wasp would just hit you. I know that everyone says that every animal is important to like the animal life cycle and whatnot, and it's all really, really interesting and all that jazz, but surely we could just kill wasps. What would we lose if we killed all of the wasps? Like, you can get rid of mosquitoes and nothing bad would happen. Bill Gates has tried. Wasps are amazing. Alright, okay, so Lucreza is currently playing wasps in vests. And is losing. Every animal has a place in the ecosystem aside from James Corden. I think we could get rid of James Corden and wasps. In fact, if my channel is going to be used to train AI and the bigwigs over at Universal are going to be looking for film ideas, James Corden fights all of the wasps in the world. Whoever wins, the audience wins. Yeah, I think, honestly, at that point, we're going to be rooting for, honestly, anything. Hope for a draw. Yes. Wasps fight and eat bees and other insects. Yeah, but we like bees. Bees make honey. Honey's great. Bees should stick around more. Bees are great. We love bees. Big fan of bees. On side with bees. Team B. Skunks, bears, and bats eat wasps, though. Yeah, but not, like, exclusively. They've got other stuff that they eat, I'm sure. They're not exclusively wasp things. Let's just get the old blessing back on. Some of you might be running out of your blessings. Let me know if you need them. Just going to click into party chat. It is up to you guys to let me know when the blessings are running low. Okay, nobody has any blessings. Hang on. Running out in 30 seconds. And yeah, I couldn't see you because you're so... With salvation, I can damage more. What is salvation? Where is that? Blessing of salvation? Is that what it's called? Right, what does that do? Okay, cool. The amount of threat Reducing the amount of threat generated per 10 minutes. Oh, okay, cool, gotcha. So Blessing of Salvation is onto you, which means you then produce less threat. That is a bit of an interesting one. I quite like that. And Blessing of Wisdom goes on to me. Everyone else carries on as they were. Right, so I'm reducing the amount of threat that the mage creates, while also using the... Okay, hang on. Yep, good job sheeping that enemy. Well, we've pulled a lot more than I expected to, so we just do it this way. Right, focus, let's go. Give me a second, guys. Got to actually focus in on this one. Just lock in. Everyone lock the heck in. We're doing fine as long as everyone stays on me. Well, that was good. That, I think, was a nice little controlled pull. Good job. Good job, everyone. Recovered. The healers didn't get aggro. The damage dealers didn't get aggro. They kept me alive and I was able to grab. That was decent. Good job, team. So what we've discovered today is that we can live without wasps and James Corden. Look at me tanking like a pro. Do you guys need the big nipple symbol above me? Like, is that part of the tanking requirement? Because I was just wondering if I could change it to something less nipply. Like, if we can't, then I won't. I want to make sure that I'm doing this efficiently, but it just feels very... It's a buckler. Okay. That is a nipple. Buckler is hardly tanky, is it? Tanky would be like the green thing. Yeah, well, we've attacked these guys now, so let's go. Like, I could take the square. That, to me, is a solid tank thing right there. Buckler sounds hot. Buckler? I hardly know her. All nipples have 4 bolts around them. I mean, obviously, how else would they stay on? Oh, hang on, that's good. More armor, more strength, more stamina. Hell yes! Upgrade! Elder's Hat of Shadow Damage. That is good for somebody else. They, however, more armor, more strength, more stamina. Yes. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. And somebody got a shadow damage thing somewhere. I love leveling through dungeons. They make me happy. I don't know if the dungeon teams that I have often appreciate that I'm, you know, often very distracted by whatever's going on. I am also aware that the fact that I only have 1 hotbar as a bit of a joke does mean that occasionally I won't actually be able to hit my rotations perfectly. Well, that's fine. You can be next. In fact, yeah, Orbit, everyone... There we go. Everyone get involved. Maybe it's 1 hotbar and then several average bars. If I had the actual bars showing, then I might be able to understand my rotation faster. But it's much funnier to not have them showing. We have a lot of sexy ladies with whips in this dungeon, and you know what? Don't complain. Alright, complaining, honestly, I think is something that the Scarlet Crusade would do. Rotation is cast spells don't die. I've mastered half of that, to be honest. What's the cooldown on the S9? That's a 15-second cooldown. Okay, that's not too bad then. Let's just have a quick sip of moonberry juice. You know what? We have seen their leader, Thigh Inquisitor Whitemane. Right, let's go. Cool, Sanhara. You guys all good for blessings and stuff? You should be. And after we've got the consecrified ground up, apart from that, it's just pretty much auto-attack and wait. It does really seem to be that consecration does more damage than anything else. If you tank it, you spank it. So if you pull the Elder Amble's Slave of the Wolf, don't need it. If you tank it, you spank it. If you pull it off me, then you are pulling it off entirely. Remember that. I will only pull the enemies back to me once. Apart from that, it's entirely up to you to deal with the fact that you've got them on you. This is why it's the S&M monastery. Yes. They knew exactly what they were doing when they made this monastery. Look, we're going to make a lot of sexual jokes while we're in here, but we do not kink shame in this stream. Unless being shamed is your kink, in which case it's wrong and you should feel ashamed. There should be some kind of... I know this is quite an advanced thought, but bear with me. When you hit an enemy, you generate 2 resources from that enemy. One is the amount of damage you do to it, but there's also a resource called threat. And threat is how likely an enemy is to attack you. Now, you don't necessarily need to be doing the most damage to it to generate the most threat. Sometimes there are attacks which specifically actually do less damage, but they generate more threat. There should be a way to see how much threat you have got on each enemy. That way, you would know if you're a DPS to stop attacking. You would know if you are a tank to keep attacking. I don't know if there's actually any way to see that in the game. I don't think any add-ons exist that let you see that, but I think that really should be because that's just an in-game mechanic. Some sort of meter that measures your threat. We could call it... I mean, effectively, it would give you an aura of knowledge, but it wouldn't be very strong. It would be quite weak. You're asking too much of Blizzard. I don't think we can anymore make these things. We've actually lost the knowledge to do it. That would lead to aura farming. Oh, because you would know where you can attack and where you can fight. Yeah, it might be too strong.
the wasp vest aura is, imagine that your threat is measured in wasps. The more wasps are on an enemy, the more likely they are to attack you. Inside you are 2 wasps. Both of them are just so angry. I am drinking lots of this moonberry juice between pulls, by the way, guys, so I'm basically wetting myself between every pull. And then after that, the mage is pulling the aggro off me. Get a mage to give you some water. I'm good. I've got the moonberry juice. Right. We're looking good. Pally tanks have drinking issues. We do. Tanking with no add-ons sucks, to be honest. No, it doesn't. Skill issue. Josh, I almost missed your stream today. I apologize. Christian, that's fine. I have become a paladin, which means I am understanding forgiveness. Type threat in settings. I don't think that would do anything. Mage water's free. That's why I won't drink it. Alright, I've got standards. It's very important for you to understand that it's like just drinking the free tap water at a restaurant. When you go there, you've got to order the special water that comes in special bottles. Yeah, like a menace meter. Menace meter wouldn't be exactly the same as the threat meter. It'd just be like how menacing you are at any given moment. Although my favourite flavour of anything is free. People often forget this. World of Waspcraft. World of Waspcraft. There we go. Am I part Dutch? I am not. What makes you say that? Right, remember that any of these enemies could, in theory, at some point drop the flurry axe. Which is kind of essential. Like, we need one of them to, at least, at some point, drop the flurry axe. Look, I'm trying to grab the aggro back from you, Mr. Mage, but you're just very, very good at getting everything's attention. Like, I can do my best to grab the old aggro. But if you will insist on blizzarding, you will have to insist on tanking. Right, are we almost ready? Let me just drink on my old moonberry. I've probably got some juice somewhere. Josh, open with Crusader and then judge it so you do more holy damage. I mean, yeah, I suppose if we're going for like, if we're try-harding this. Are we ready? Right. Seal of the Crusader. Open with the Judgment. Then we go with do more holy damage. And then we just keep hitting it. Then we get Consecrate down. Now we just stand here. That's actually quite nice. I like that. That's a nice little combo. We call that a combo. You're a bit too pale to be a tan king. How dare you? Come in here and make a pun. Like you own the place. Herod, give me your axe, please. I would very much like your axe. I like it every time you hit Herod as well, it refreshes the aura that was on him. Because he's got the... increases holy damage taken by up to 92. Damn, son! That's a lot of extra damage. What are you going to give me? Hey, Raging Berserker's Helm increases critical strike. That's way better than my Spark Metal Coif. Hell yeah! We've got the helmet. That is a big upgrade. I'm going to come back and help you guys with this. Hey, Tabard of the Scarlet Crusade! No way! I've never seen that before. Fantastic, we actually got one. I have never seen that drop. Do we... what's the rule here? Do we need? Do we greed? What's going on with that? What's the general rule? Need. Okay, everyone needed. Did you greed Viku by mistake? Where's the generals? It's usually all need. Viku, did you not need? Not by mistake. Okay, hang on. You rolled greed. Okay, so let's just double check, see who rolled what for that, because I want this to be fair. Viku, if you rolled greed, I'll greed with you. We'll see it again. We will do this a few more times, and we will see it again. Worry not. Solidarity with people who may not be able to get it. That's more important. Right, well, we've got the helmet, which is big, which I can equip now, which is strength, armor, and way more critical strike. Big. What is better, Tabard or something else? Tabard of Flame? How does that look? Oh, that looks awesome. I'm not particularly bothered about the fashiony stuff with that. Don't worry about it. You can type loot to see who rolled what. Okay, I'll have a look into that next time. We've got the helmet. We've got the shoulders, which is big. He also drops his axe, which we haven't seen yet. And then when we've done that, we can start doing the cathedral, which is going to get us the shield and possibly the mace. It's literally a fashion transmog. Yeah, but you can't transmog in this version, can you? Like in this version, you have to just wear whatever you've got. We do look spiky now, which is good. I'm happy with spikes. I wouldn't want to wear... It's the best we've got. We've got the Guild Tabard. How dare you? We go Cathedral. I don't know if we'd be ready for the Cathedral, but we can try. We can try? We can't. They might, we can't. 37, 35, 35, 33. I wouldn't want to take Viku. No, we reset and do the armory again. All succeed. I'm happy to grind this again and again and again. We level everyone up together. Cathedral so you can see your wife. No. What about a library run? I mean, this is more experience for us, but do you want to do a library run? Vic, you need an item from the library? Need a library item, we can go and get it. We can try for you. You've been helping us out with this. I would like the loot, yes. Right, let's go and set up Vic then. Do a library run for Vic. We gear up everyone as we go. Alright, listen up, libs. This is the Librevoir. Let me just bless myself with Blessing of Wisdom. Make sure I've got the... Nope. Okay, Scorpionessy, if you want to... I don't remember tanking that enemy. This is what we call a learning moment. I am going to prepare Righteous Fury. Okay, I've got everything else up. Typical mage. Iron lockbox. Can't open it. I will tank this for you. Yep, if you tank it, you spank it. You need wisdom. I do need wisdom. Let me grab that up. That would be... Blessing of Wisdom's up. Beautiful. Right. You can all have Blessing of Wisdom. Scorpionessy. Be wise. The wisdom will teach you to not grab things. Viku, I will add a salvation onto you. Thank you for the water, I appreciate that. As soon as I'm unstunned, I will grab the aggro from that guy. And then throw in another consecration. Vic, you wanted a... You wanted the salvation, didn't you? Where is salvation? Alright, Vic, where are you? There you are. Have a salvation. Alright, let's carry on. Josh, why is it called World of Warcraft? Are you doing some crafting? So, nobody knows. No one is actually sure why this game is called that. I find it quite an intimidating title, to be honest. And I kind of wish they'd called it something different, like everyone teams up to fight whatever the bad guy is this year. I just feel that would have gotten the vibe of the game across better. I liked when the Horde and the Alliance teamed up to fight the bigger bad guy. Remember that? Remember that one? When the Horde and the Alliance teamed up to fight the Burning Crusade, and then the Horde and the Alliance teamed up to fight the Lich King, and then the Horde and the Alliance teamed up to fight the Big Dragon Deathwing, and then the Horde and the Alliance teamed up to fight some pandas, then the Horde and the Alliance teamed up to fight whatever the Legion was, then the Warlords of Draenor happened and we all kind of forgot about that. And then the Battle of Azeroth, where the Horde and the Alliance were meant to be at war again, but nope, surprise, it's dinosaurs. I felt so cheated. I had never played World of Warcraft at all before Battle for Azeroth, and the reason that I bought it was because the entire trailer was just a Horde fighting the Alliance, and it was literally, we're going back to the old school Horde versus Alliance battle. That's the vibe. And I thought, oh good, this looks like the kind of game that everyone kept telling me they played 15 years ago. I'm very excited to play it. Nope! Mayan, Aztec, dinosaurs, everyone's teaming up against them. I genuinely felt cheated. You need to do the battlegrounds to experience the war. It's not called World of Everything's Fine, but if you go and do the battlegrounds, you might see a little bit of Warcraft. World of Azeroth is actually fine, and we're all going to team up and play dress up. But you're on a PvE server. Yeah, the enemy is still meant to be the other person. Golden scale leggings. Oh, they look cool. I don't need them, because nobody knows how crafting works in this game. I'm going to get rid of the giant raid target, because it's just too big. I'm sure dress up is... Okay. Joshua, I know that you've just said now dress up is important, but you're also having a Final Fantasy XIV icon next to your name, so I know dress up's important to you. I think my favorite comment I saw on a video was, we used to be kids playing a game that felt like it was made for adults. Now we're adults playing a game that feels like it's made for kids. And when I read that, I'm like, oh, that is... I love a good reversal saying. And I think that was the one. That was what it was. That was the accuracy. We ready, guys? I'm not, but I'll just have a quick sip. And then let me run in and grab these. Do I still play RuneScape 3 sometimes? Not much. My time right now is taken up by a combination of Warcraft and Where Winds Meet. Are you liking Where Winds Meet? Yeah, I did actually. Oh, the Sunblaze Coif. What does that do? Stamina, spirit, fire resistance, and more... Not more armor than I've got, but more... That looks pretty cool. Oh, cool, nice. It's like a golden chainmail. The Sunblaze Coif. Save that for Molten Core. Is that actually important? Do I need that? Shaman gear? That's another bind on equip. Kill, yes it will. It's trash. Save that for Molten Core. So do I want this? It's best in slot, actually. Really? It's great for selling. You know what? I will go for that then. And I'll keep that. So I'll keep it and I'll use it. I'm not selling it. Don't need to sell it. No one's quite sure, it seems. There's so many answers about whether this is or isn't good. What I'm going to do is put it in the bank and then forget I've got it. It is, however, needed item for a raid, but never going to visit actual raid. Of course I'll visit the raid. Why would I not go to the raid? What makes you think I wouldn't go to Molten Core? Now we are playing WoW. Yeah, there we go. Lazy ass. Scorpionussi, you're being a little bit of a dick. I'm going to be real with you here. Stop being a prick. Right, now let's carry on. You're attacking things before I've got aggro, and now you're saying that I'm too lazy to get into the raids. We can have a little bit of fun, and we can mess around a bit, but there is a line, and as you are a gnome, you have jumped over it. Forward much. I think sometimes you need to be forward occasionally. That is my raid leader energy popping out right there. Do I think this is the kind of problem in faction-based MMOs? I think there's always going to be a challenge to make sure that it's balanced between people. There we go. Ooh, the training stick. Does anyone need the training stick? Yes, Scorpionussi is BTD. Is the stick good? Can I use the stick? Do I need the stick? You know what? No, I don't. I'll be okay without the stick. Paladins can't use that stick. Well, no stick for me then. Maybe we didn't find ourselves in a sticky situation. I've already got the carrot. That's true. I've got the carrot. I need the stick as well. It's too unhammery. That's a good point. A stick is just an incomplete hammer. And I don't think I'm ready for an incomplete hammer. I think I'm the kind of man that needs a complete hammer. Hey Josh, it's me, Lil Humper. Okay, that's a... I'm going to be honest, that's a confusing start to a sentence, but we're going to keep going. Sometimes I worry about the socio-economic pressure of buying a house, but then I continue doing what I do best. You hump, literally. Right, let me just grab you guys some blessings. You wanted salvation, wisdom, 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 and wisdom for me. Beautiful stuff. You've got wisdom. Do you want wisdom, or do you want the other one? You can have salvation. There you go. Now you generate less threat. I've got wisdom. And now we pull you guys back this way. Where do caveman-style clubs fall on stick hammer spectrum? I feel that that's when the hammer started. Like a stick that has a bigger bit in it is the start of a hammer. Let me just grab some more mana back. What's the most toxic guild drama I've ever dealt with in an MMORPG? Oh, I'm looking forward to whatever that will be when we raid. I think it was probably the fact that when I was playing this full-time about 3 months ago, we had 1,000 people in the guild. And when I came back about a week or two ago, we had about 600 people that had not logged on in several months. And we thought, okay, obviously, just remove those people from the guild. They're only playing because I'm playing. They're not that bothered about the game. So we removed them, and I've had people messaging me saying, bro, why was I kicked? I'm like, you've not been on in 3 months. Obviously, you're going to be removed from the guild. You're not actively playing. It'll happen when someone yoinks the guild bank. Yeah, probably. Where is the rogue? Exactly, we could have opened that. Let's pull you guys back here, and we get this going up. Bro, why was I removed from the guild? Oh, that wasn't actually because you were offline. We just don't like you. That was, amazingly, you have been online quite a lot. There was just, we took a vote. Are you still inviting people into the guild? Yes. I'm glad you're like, yeah, that makes sense. The Mindbender Loop. Intellect and spirit. I don't need those things. I'm smart enough to know that I don't need the smarts. Oh no, a loop. Oh, I should have put the loop on. We should have equipped the loop and had the loop as an actual thing that remains equipped forever. God damn. You're glad with how we are doing dungeons. Good. I prefer to go slow. All right, sometimes you just got to do a slow dungeon. Nothing wrong with that. How am I? Hello from posh Vienna. Are there parts of Vienna that are not posh? But I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Old Scarlet Monastery. You played from vanilla until Pandaria and didn't enjoy MMOs anymore. Well, jump back on and enjoy them with us. We're playing slow. We're going low and slow with it. It's not a problem. Let's just run in here. Hit all these people. Grab you. Lovely stuff. AoE everything. Much quicker. No one's dying. Yeah, this is going great. I used to be scared of tanking, you know? Didn't think I'd be good enough. Turns out, I am good enough. I am Kenough. Let me just grab some more aggro from these guys. Nope. Stop you immediately. Then we'll get attacking back on this diviner. Can we look at the painting as a treat? You can have a little bowl of fruit. There's your little fruit bowl. If you're enjoying it. Did you all enjoy staring at the painting? Okay, so the first time I ever ran this dungeon, someone said to me, look at the picture on the wall, I'll think you'll find it's attractive. But I didn't have my camera that high. So I genuinely remember going over here and going like, bro, what? You've got a problem, man. That's not cool. That's not cool at all. There is no way you should find anything about that painting attractive. What are you doing? And then someone in chat was like, look up. Oh. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, now we're on the same page. Which I thought was quite funny. We don't look up. Gamers don't need to look up, okay? It's not a height issue, Valen. Shut up, all right? I'm 6 foot -2. Why does a monastery have sexy women? Because equal opportunities. You can be hot and believe in, obviously, the bigoted ideas that they've got going on over here. Right, you're allowed to be sexy and racist in this game. Blizzard made that fine. They were like, look, equal opportunities. We made sure that the Scarlet Crusade was both hot and awful at the same time. Which is why, of course, it's so that's equality right there. And then Modern WoW obviously decided to make fruit bigoted, which was a brave move of them. With streamer luck, we might get the Dead Man's Hand. Where's that from? When struck in combat, freeze the attacker in place. Oh, it's Arcanist Don't. Yeah, we're not going to see that. It'd be cool if we did, but we won't. That is a large solid chest over there, which I'll be grabbing later. Remember, guys, if you can, always grab a large solid chest. Let me just... Oh, no, wrong blessing. I want Blessing of Wisdom. That's what I want. You take 205 mana, which is super annoying. The owners always appreciate you. Well, you have to check with the owner first, obviously. Always check with the owner of said large chest. Right, let me see if I can just pull these guys onto me. Well, that went well. And now we get a large solid chest. Let's treat ourselves. Ooh, the Sparrow Small Bore. And nothing else. No, I'm good. Vic, what are you hoping for from the library? Just out of curiosity. Like, clearly you very much want something. Is there a specific... Any of his items? Okay, gotcha. It's like the robe and the little knife and all that stuff. Okay. Yeah, that can work. The Paladin doesn't have many interrupts, do they? They've got the Hammer of Justice, which stuns the target, but apart from that, you're very limited on interrupts. I feel the Rogue has the most interrupts, from what I can tell. Does the Paladin have any more interrupts than just the Hammer of Justice? Shield Bash later. Okay, gotcha. So we could go for the Shield Bash. Anything except the robe. Right, so you've already got the robe, but we need the knife. So if we go for the knife, you'll be happy. Paladins don't have Shield Bash. Okay. Learning things today. Apparently Paladins don't have Shield Bash. That's a shame. Okay, hello you. Didn't see you there. You cheeky little chap. Epic fail, hello to you. Welcome to the stream. You have Repentance, which is kind of an interrupt. I am slowly but surely learning my class. They get Avenger's Shield. Oh, that's where you throw the shield, isn't it? But that's like at the end of the protection talent tree, which I will go to. I will definitely go to that eventually. Oh, forgot you weren't up. There we go. Your shield is for defending people, not harming them. I will defend everyone apart from the ones that need to be harmed. It's important to remember that sometimes you need to commit great evil in order to be good. Batman said that. I think he knows a thing or two about it. We all good? Yeah, we're all good. I will re-bless you guys in a moment if I need to. But if you could attack this one first, that'd be great. And then I'll get Consecrate back up. Let me bless you guys in a moment, because... Wasn't it Arthas when he purged the orphans? They weren't... Okay, so... If we're going to be technical with this, they weren't orphans before he started purging. Alright, Druz, Wisdom, San, Wisdom. You guys don't want Wisdom, you want the Salvation, and you want Salvation as well. Okay, cool. I want Wisdom. Arthas... Okay, I don't want to say Arthas did nothing wrong. Like, he got a little bit silly with it when he stabbed his dad and killed his best mate. But I think that his heart was in the right place. He got a little bit angry at Uther. Look, say that he did nothing wrong. I think downplays the severity of a few of the things that he did. We can't say nothing. Because that makes us look like fanatics, and we don't want to do that. I think that what you don't understand is that Arthas was actually under the effect of the jailer. You think he wasn't, but he was. Jailer Swift. Yes. That's who we should have been fighting the whole time. Right, let's give me some stuff. Okay. Let me just have another little drink. Paladins are thirsty, aren't they? Like, these guys are just chugging away. Is it because they have to lead raids all the time? Masterful understanding of the law. Thank you. I try my best to explain to all of you what's going on. Pretty much all of the time. And I can't always do it, you know, I don't always succeed. But I think I get most of it right. Josh, when OSRS again? When? I don't know. I'm not sure. Sorry, I can't give you a guaranteed answer on that or an example. Eventually. We'll get there eventually. Why are blue Doritos sour cream and not salt? Everyone knows blue is salt. Because Doritos have to be different. Are we ready, everyone? Josh, why are things the way they are? Money, mostly. Pretty sure it's just money. Right, Scorpion Hussy says 1 second. We wait. Viku says maybe. We wait for everyone to be ready. When Scorp is good, we go in. Okay, cool. Scorp's good. Now we go in. Arcanist down halfway, then we run away. And we run back in. Can you interrupt Doan? I have no idea if you can or not. I'll try and whenever he does something interruptible. No. Hey, the illusory rod. There you go. That's going to be what you need. Viku, there is a thing for you. Fantastic. Robe of Doan. You know what? It would look good on me. Can a paladin tank in the Robe of Doan? You'd lose so much armor, but you'd gain spell power. No, I'm good, bro. Right. Thank you for the run. That was appreciative. Let's see if we can possibly do... I want to say maybe the armory again, if you guys... Anyone for armory? We'll take a 5-minute break. Then we'll do the armory. You'd look cool, but then you'd die fast. If mages could tank, they need some kind of tanky mage spells. Vic, what robe are you currently wearing? You said that you don't want a new robe, so now I'm really intrigued as to what robe you've got on. Oh, the Baguila. Very nice. Oh, they were the ones we saw last time, weren't they? Cool. It's a defect from the basic. A defect from the limbic system. What, the fact that we don't think that mage tanks should happen? So far, we're doing really well. If chat was a worm, would you still love us? I would love you more. Let's just check that everyone gets out safely. Then we'll go back to the... We will go back to the armory. We'll take 5 minutes and then back to the armory. As your boss, I'd like to say you're doing a great job at work today. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's take 5. We'll also need to find a... I want to say... healer? San, are you healing? I think you are, aren't you? I think San's healing. Right, I'm going to hang here. Guys, I'll see you in 5. Here is a DVD logo to make sure that none of you ever get into... None of you ever think too much about things that are going on. And here is a countdown timer of 5 minutes, so you know to be It is 31 degrees in this room. I've got a protein bar, I've got a Pims, and I've got a can-do attitude, which I think is honestly the most important thing that we could possibly have. Lemonade and Pims, half-melted protein bar, and a dream. 31 degrees C. Oh yeah, in the room. In the room, like, right, we need a... Who do we need? We need a... Got a healer. I suppose we need like a DPS. So, DPS needed for Scarlet Monastery Armory. I asked that in the party. That was silly of me. So, DPS needed for Scarlet Monastery Armory. How am I still alive? Honestly, 31 inside is crazy. 31 degrees inside is kind of average for what we've got going on right now. That's like the regular vibe. Can heal or DPS get involved? And come and deeps. What's that in freedom units? 88, I think. Oh, it's warm. In the office. Nothing like 1976. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's worse now. I'm pretty sure this summer has been proven that it is in fact worse than 1976 was. I am so happy that this summer has been proved worse than 1976 because all the old people get to shut up. Right, do you need a summon? Droz, I feel you could summon something. Myth says, yeah, fuck old people. Not like that. I mean, maybe like that. Like, I've met some old people with Riz. Done and done. Right, we've got people here. Look at the horde. Look at them. Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Fine, you're going to wave at me. Fine, I'll wave back. There we go. Right, armory. Let's go. Put it on PvP like a man. No. Just straight up no. Right, who are we waiting for? I think we're all here. I think we're all here and we can all go inside. Right, now before we charge into battle, let me give you all wisdom. Wisdom. Warlock can have wisdom. And where's the mage? Alst, San, Drews. Where's Viku? Viku, you coming back with us? Did you reset the dungeon, by the way? Out! So we don't clear and find an empty room. Out, please. Just going to reset the dungeon as... Reset all instances. Yep. Okay, I think Scarlet Monastery has been reset. Done. Right, where's... Hang on. Viku, are you coming in with us or are you AFK for a bit? I feel that we need to just stand around Viku and stare. I have returned. Well done. I love the dramatic nature of that. Right, that was the blessing of wisdom. Viku, let me bless you with wisdom. You have been blessed. I am then going to bless myself with wisdom. You've returned with bread. Fantastic. I'm then going to bless myself with special magical justice. Then an aura. And then we go. That was wise. Thank you. I have always considered myself extremely wisdomous. Protein bar. Mountain Joes, if you're out there, have your people talk to my people. My people is just me. Alright, there's nobody else. It's just me. I also did not expect to be pulling this guy so early. You thought that was a Tunnocks caramel wafer for a second. Nope, it's a Mountain Joe's protein bar. It's a goddamn good protein bar. Right. You. Let's go. Come this way, Sealed Conjurer. Scarlet Conjurer, sorry. That's it. We're going to try and pull everything via line of sight pulling. Why is Twitch giving you football ads? You don't watch football. That's why it's giving you football ads. If you already watched football, wouldn't have to advertise at you, would it? It's already got you. The point of advert is to convert the new viewership. Throw away these things, because these things are boring. That's why it shows you adverts for things that you aren't currently bothered about. How does it compare to My Protein and Grenade bars? They're both okay, but they've got a kind of grainy texture to them. Personally, the Mountain Joe's Millionaires bars, which are kind of like a Rice Krispie style base with a caramel layer on the top, have been the best protein bars I've found. They are the closest I've found that are basically just chocolate bars. I like them. Not sponsored, but I would be. Mountain Joe's, have your people talk to my people. My people, it's just me. Just email me. This team, by the way, have been really good so far. I've been really impressed with everyone's work. Do we all think the healer has been doing a good job? Do we not think the DPS have been killing it? Literally and figuratively? The whole team... Yeah, you know what? They've been doing good, haven't they? You're not dead. I think so far the healer has been doing an excellent job. Honestly, should be very impressed. How's the new lifestyle balance working out for you? You know what? Actually really well. I got the first 15 minutes of the Where Winds Meet video edited today, and I'm really happy with it. I'm gonna get... If I can edit 15 minutes of video a day, which I think is a decent amount to get done, seeing as I'm not like a good video editor, then we can make a serious amount of progress on that. We can make a decent progress with streaming. I can make some good stuff with retro reviews. Just good, you know? Are they dense and chewy? No, not at all. Not at all. They're much lighter. You can actually find them in, if you're from the UK, you know, like Home Bargains. You can find these protein bars in Home Bargains. That's where I found them. Because whenever you share a positive opinion of something online, people are like, shill. And then you share a negative opinion, they're like, hater. I'm like, you can like things and hate things without being a shill or a hater. You can just dislike stuff and like stuff. Yeah, I went into a physical store. Physical store, that's what we used to have. Dog tag. Hell yeah. You never watch streams, but you click this one. We're talking about Home Bargains. Look, man, I don't care how rich anyone ever gets, okay? Home Bargains is banging. You want to go in, you want to get yourself a cheap cup noodle. You want to get yourself a really cheap pack of muffins. You want to get yourself some cheap chicken. You want to get yourself some decently priced protein drinks. That's where you go. Home Bargains has got you covered. You know you're in good hands when you go to Home Bargains. Now, I'm going to grab these two guys, and then what I'm also going to do is travel back and grab this guy by preventing him from doing that, then hitting him, and then consecrating everything. Ideally, we'd like him focused, because he is the annoying one. Healer, I've not died in a while, so good job. You were playing WoW 18 years ago. So I'm pretty new to the game. I've never got to the end game before. The highest character I've ever got is a level 61 warrior, and I got them to Outland, and I did some of the dungeons there, but like I wouldn't say that I knew what I was doing. But I'm really enjoying the Paladin gameplay so far. I'm enjoying the survivability, the variety. I like the class fantasy of the whole shield and hammer thing. To me, that's the vibes of that are spot on. Outland was fun, you know, I had a good time with it. My only issue was that it kind of invalidates like everything before it, doesn't it? Like no matter what you've got, as soon as you get to Outland, you're just going to have to use something else from Outland. Like an Outland green item is better than a vanilla blue item, which I thought was actually a bit of a shame. Yeah, it fully invalidates everything else. That's every WoW expansion, yeah, and I've said this before, I've spoken about this. If your expansion invalidates more of the game than it adds, you don't have an expansion, you have a reduction, you have a redirection. And if a new part of your game brings 4 or 5 new areas, but in doing so invalidates 10 to 12 areas, I just wish that the world dragons from vanilla still dropped relevant things. Guild Wars 2 does it well with its horizontal progression. I mean, Guild Wars 2 has got its own issues, but I do think it solves that issue quite nicely. If they do Classic Plus, you know, I would like an expansion that doesn't invalidate the previous stuff. Like, if you want to add new stuff to a game, cool, but you can add new stuff without just going vertically. New stuff doesn't just need to be strictly better. Sometimes it can be situationally better. Like, if the best hammer in vanilla did 100 damage, then when you add an expansion, you can add a hammer that does, like, 98 to 104 damage, but it occasionally hits 110 against zombies. So if you're going into a zombie place, you want to go and take that instead. It's worth doing it, but anyone that's not got it is not going to think, oh my god, everything I've got's useless. I've always been a big fan of, if you're going to increase the power cap, if you're going to go for power creep, then you creep real slow. I've also always been a big fan of adding, or retroactively, adding utility to old stuff by making new stuff better with it. So imagine that you could get a hammer that did 100 damage in vanilla, and then you could get a war pick that did 100 damage, and people were going for them because they were different items and, you know, different uses and different areas. But then the new expansion brings a boss that just drops a really powerful wooden stick that only does 50 damage. But if you combine the hammer and the war pick and the wooden stick, you get a special warhammer that does 105 damage. So yeah, you've increased the whole thing by 5%, but what you've also done is removed 2 of those things from the game entirely, which keeps the other ones rarer. Right, let me just grab some stuff and then get you guys some blessings. I have always been a fan of anything that removes old items in order to make new items better, because that way, if you do the new expansion and you get the new item that is an ingredient, if you will, in the best item, you've then given people a reason to go back and do all of the old stuff as well. Okay, Druz, which blessing do you want refreshed? Do you want wisdom? There you go. Upgrades do feel better. Yeah, they do. But what I think we need to do is balance how much of an upgrade versus how much of an invalidation we're going for. Like, you want to upgrade things, absolutely. Plus, if you release a new dungeon, instead of saying, hey, everything in this dungeon is better than everything before, you can say, everything in this dungeon has situational use when combined with important stuff from previous dungeons. All this works until you have 10 expansions and you have to visit each. It works better then. If you have 10 expansions and you have to visit each, fantastic. Each one has expanded the world. Because if you have 10 expansions and someone says, yeah, you don't need to visit 1 or 2, why not? What's the reason for keeping that away? What is the point of saying, well, okay, we've got all this extra content, but you know what? From now on, this content's irrelevant. You might not need to do every single thing all the time, but great. In vanilla, hang on. Level 60 items invalidate 50. Is it the same argument? It's definitely an aspect of that. It's an aspect of we need to understand that progress... Hey, I got the wrist guards. Progress to a point is fine. Consider it a pyramid. You have the base of the pyramid, which is the widest point. And the reason it's the widest point is because it's got the most players there, because statistically most are lower level, and it's got the most items and the most places that are relevant. And as you go up the pyramid, you get fewer items that are relevant and fewer players and fewer places you need to be. Every time you add something else to the game, you're just balancing a point on top of the pyramid and saying, don't worry about what's below here, just climb higher. Then you add a new one and go, don't worry about what's below here, just climb higher. I'm like, why don't we just add, like, more layers everywhere? Lord of the Rings Online has done that, RuneScape has done that, Dungeons & Dragons Online has done that. There's lots of games that have done that. Ooh, plus 10 armor if we do that. Let's do it. Cool, Scarlet wrist guards are on. Because what we experienced as well is it's actually more difficult to then get a group to go and do the older dungeons. Elder Scrolls Online can do it to a degree, absolutely. I just think there's a real beauty to old players being told, hey, this new expansion is going to give you some new armor and some new weapons, but it's going to take reagents to make, and those reagents are found in old dungeons. Which is going to give those players a reason to go back and do the old content, because you've already got the content, you may as well use it. I really liked how Neverwinter used to do it. Whenever a new item came to the game, they would put reagents in older dungeons that you would then have to go and get. The old content will be super easy if you're high level. Okay, Deru, we can either scale it up to make it slightly harder, or if it's an endgame dungeon anyway, we can then have it be... Being level 70 in this game makes you so much stronger than 60. I think there's a bit of a... There's too much jump between one to the next. I mean, the maximum level in Guild Wars 1 is level 20, and you get there really quickly. I feel that there's a lot of balancing that we can do with MMORPGs, and ultimately the point of balancing, what I'm trying to do is keep as much content as relevant as possible for as many players as possible, for as many reasons as possible. I don't like the thought that we need to make content irrelevant in order to make the new content worthwhile. If the only reason you're doing the new content is because it's just giving you everything that's objectively better than the old content, then yeah, I get how progression works. But I do think it's a real shame that we are progressing past everything. Because when they've tried to do this, people have liked it. When they've said, okay, yeah, let's do it with time walking and stuff, people love going back to do the old stuff. There are many players who enjoy WoW's formula, though, who always want to go and get new stuff. There are, absolutely. And what I'm saying is that new stuff is great. I love getting new stuff. But what I find irritating is that new stuff is so much better than old stuff. I mean, consider this. Let's say that you have an MMORPG with no expansion, and the best weapon you can get does 100 damage. How much damage should the best weapon in the expansion do? Because it could also do 100, but if we want to make it chase-worthy, we go to 101. Okay, it's 1% better than the previous. What if it was 10% better than the previous? What if it did, 110? 100, but also situational. What if it did 100, but it did 110 if it was combined with some other item from a previous dungeon? Because, I mean, look at it now. Look at a level 60 weapon from Vanilla WoW. Then look at a level 65 weapon from Outland. And you'll see it's so much better. Like, so much better. Stunningly so. To a degree that some of the best items you could possibly get in Vanilla are invalidated by trash mobs from the Burning Crusade. I think that is too much of an increase in power. Because I said it'd be really cool if I could grind. Not always. Nax raid gear, for example, is very good in TBC for a long time. Yes, it is, but is Nax raid gear any good in Wrath of the Lich King? Or Mist of Pandaria? Would it be good compared to anything from Warlords of Draenor? Eventually, it always gets outclassed by even the most basic stuff. And that's the problem, because at that point, you've not actually expanded your game. You've just redirected where the focus is. And if you want to redirect where the focus is, that's fine, but an expansion should not be an invalidation. Like, I really want to grind for Iron Foe, the hammer. That sounds super cool to me. I like the look of it, I like the vibe of it, I like the special attack, do 3 more hits. It's basically irrelevant like 10 levels after you get it. People do want to feel stronger, and people do want to see numbers. I totally get that, I totally understand that. Let me grab that off you. And what I'm saying is, increasing numbers is good, but we also need to balance the speed of the increase. Because if you make the speed of the increase too fast, you're removing too much of your old game. Some people, of course, just want the best stuff, and the best stuff is still going to be there. The power creep needs to creep slower. Put it this way. My very first experience of Wrath of the Lich King was while I was playing during Battle for Azeroth. Someone told me that I should go and see what the dungeon is like. Is it Ice Crown Citadel? Ice Spire Citadel, whatever it's called? I ran through the entire thing solo, killing every boss in about 2 hits. I killed the Lich King in about 3 or 4 hits. I watched the extremely emotional cinematic at the end of it, and you know what I felt? Nothing. Literally nothing. The biggest threat that had been built up for me for 20 years before I played WoW, and I was enough to solo it without even breaking a sweat. I felt nothing. And you know what that turned the Lich King into in my mind? An absolute joke. I am not scared of the Lich King in any way. I don't think he's intimidating or powerful because my experience with him was as him as a completely useless joke. The old raids are only there to farm transmogs. Yeah, I know. And I think that's a shame. I genuinely think that's a real shame. They literally only exist in order to go through again and again in a mechanically repetitive way in order to get something that looks different. Which goes to show you that people will do things to get stuff that looks different. So, if we're doing that anyway, why don't we slow the power creep down? Guild Wars 2 is a great example of the fact that people will do stuff, will grind for things, just to get different visuals. I don't mind things progressing, but the speed of progress kills the MMORPG for the new players. If it didn't, if every decision they had made was the right one, we would all be playing retail. There is a reason that we're playing this version of the game. Power fantasies are interesting. They've got value. I get that. You guys want some blessings? There we go. I also want some blessings. Put it this way. In old school RuneScape, is Barrow's armor still, in some cases, usable? Is God Wars 1 armor still, in some cases, relevant? If you haven't played old school RuneScape, I will tell you that Barrow's armor is still usable. God Wars 1 armor is still... It's not the best, don't get me wrong, it's not the best at all, but Torag's still got good defense. Carol's still good range armor. Arim's, it's still good tanky mage armor. When did the Barrows release? ...2005. It's 21 years ago. There is content in RuneScape released 21 years ago that a new player will still be told this is worthwhile and relevant to go and get. And it is. Yeah, but it works better in OSR since most bosses are soloable. Gone. We're not talking about whether bosses are or aren't soloable, soloable. We're talking about the speed of power creep completely making old content irrelevant. What we don't want to do is make all the content that was made before whatever the newest, shiniest thing is relevant. How would I apply it to WoW to make old stuff relevant? I would make things situational. I would also then lower the numbers a hell of a lot. A hammer does not need to do 10,000 damage. You just look at how much proportionally it does compared to everything else and try to cap it out at around 1,000. The numbers get too big otherwise. Make it situational. So let's imagine that the Scarlet Crusade or all of the Scarlet Monastery stuff drops some armor that increases your defense against undead. And then let's say that whenever a new expansion comes out, there is a big undead enemy in there. Well, it's going to be worth going to get the Scarlet Crusade armor. Let's imagine that some of the new enemies have specific traits that are best defended against by armor that exists in older stuff. Let's imagine that they drop weapons that are good against old bosses. Imagine this. Okay, you can go play Guild Wars 2 if you want horizontal progress. Flesh, yes, I can go and play Guild Wars 2. I'm not saying that one thing has to be better than another. I'm saying that I think that World of Warcraft has been hurt by the fact that it has made so much of its own content irrelevant. Whenever I try and give any kind of critique on MMORPGs, I always get people going, well, if you don't like it, don't play it. I like what it could be. I think a lot of people like what it could be. We also can't just end critique with, well, if you don't like it, don't play it. Because that just immediately kills all possibility into the future. So how would I do it? Imagine this. Let's imagine that WoW launched with all of the content as it is now. Like, everything in retail is there. But it doesn't launch as expansions, it just launches all as the one thing. If that was the base game, if everything in retail was the base game, could you balance it all right now? You could, but it would take a long time. A hell of a long time. People are going, no, you couldn't. Yes, you could. You just have to go through every single item, every single boss, every bit of armor, and work out how it would balance. And then if you add an expansion, suddenly everything becomes irrelevant. I really genuinely do believe that when an expansion comes out for a game, it does not need to invalidate old content. It needs to work with it. It needs to make it better. It needs to work symbiotically with it instead of parasitically of it. I know that no matter what items and armor I get, when I go into the Burning Crusade, everything will be replaced very quickly. And then when we go from the Burning Crusade to Wrath of the Lich King, no matter what I've got, everything will be replaced very quickly. And then when we go from Wrath into whatever else we go, everything gets replaced. It's like saying, hey, there's a new part of the game here, every other part of the game is now pointless. Well, that's stupid. Why can't you make a new part of the game that has some reasons to be good, some things that are going to be pointless, some things that are going to be situational? Give me your axe, please. That would be lovely. Hey, Scarlet Leggings! I'll take those. 60 armor and strength and stamina and 3 pieces gives me increased defense rating by 2. Hell yeah. Okay. We just throw away some silk cloth and need on the Scarlet Leggings, which I will equip. Thank you very much for letting me get those. I appreciate that. Anything else we got? Right, Scarlet Leggings, that's good. In TBC, you actually can and should keep your top gear, top 60 gear, up to level 68. Okay, so why don't we keep it until level 70? I'm not asking for specific level ranges of what there is. I'm saying that can you understand that adding in a new expansion, which pretty much just invalidates all the previous, feels bad. Sometimes when I try to explain game design principles to players, players seem more interested in making sure that I know how it currently works and making sure that I know that if it were changed, the game would be different from how it is. Yes, that's the point. Am I saying that I could make WoW better than WoW? Modern WoW? Yeah, probably. Classic WoW? No, it was very nicely balanced. There is an interesting thing, though. When you talk in general terms, people want to rebut you with specifics. So if I say, hey man, in general, new items shouldn't always invalidate old items. And someone will say, well, actually, this one specifically doesn't. I'm like, okay, cool. Yep, thank you for giving me a specific. And when you talk in specifics, when you say something like, there should be a dagger that does more damage to crocodiles, someone will talk in general and going, oh, so should there just be a weapon that does more damage to every type of enemy? I'm like, no. Yes, maybe. When I'm talking in general design terms, it's about the fact we're going to hone down into where we need to be. When we're talking about specifics, it's because we're checking it works with the generality. It's a constant in and out. Some people don't actually want to talk about design. Some people just want to argue. Let me just reset the instance. And I think we can go again. Growing up with WoW as your main MMO, it's hard to imagine other ways for the expansions to work, even if you do agree with what you say. So, Spongy Boy, I appreciate that. Let's imagine this. Imagine that the Burning Crusade released and the level cap increased to 61. And the best items in the game were only very, very, very slightly better than whatever you had in vanilla. Just imagine that. Okay? How does that feel? Then let's imagine that the Wrath of the Lich King releases and the maximum level in Wrath of the Lich King is increased to 62. And the best weapons and the best items are actually only very slightly better than things from the Burning Crusade. So you could actually probably go into Wrath of the Lich King with like the best stuff from vanilla and still be pretty good. You know, not the best, but pretty good. Then let's imagine that what was after Wrath of the Lich King? Cataclysm released, and the level cap is raised to 63. Players would not participate in the new content according to Blizzard's own data then. Well, the great thing is that players don't participate in that content now because it's completely irrelevant to ever do. What Josh is saying would be so toxic. Wow, why? They would min-max anyway. New players have new stuff to go and do. I mean, you look at some MMORPGs, I would take Guild Wars 1 as a good example. The maximum level you can get to within about 10 hours. Everything from then is just doing the actual content at it. You don't know how much people want to have the best gear. Booch, I do. Which is why I'm trying to explain that the best gear will still be the best gear, it just won't be so much better than all the previous gear that it invalidates all the previous gear. I don't want to remove the best gear from the game. I want to say that the best gear is now only a percentage higher. People want the best gear, and that will still be there. Sorry, I wasn't having to go at you with that. It's people get deliberately obtuse whenever talking about game design. Power creep is inevitable. Controlling the speed of the creep is part of the game design skill. And I don't think the creep has been controlled correctly. Let me grab the aggro from you. Oh, this might be a problem. When power creep... Just ask yourself a question. If an expansion releases for your game, and it makes more of the game not worth playing, has it expanded the game, or has it redirected the game? Because I think that expansions often are just redirections. A new player would still skip all the old content through to the current gear. If I joined in Wrath, I wouldn't do every dungeon in vanilla. That's fine, you don't have to. Then in TBC, then in Wrath, and minimally upgrade DPS each time. I go straight to Wrath dungeons at max level. That's okay, you can do that. But what if one of the older dungeons had a special sword that did more damage to ice enemies, and some of the enemies you were facing in Wrath were ice enemies? What if we could find a way to put relevant things into old things? The thing that I see with game design is people think, okay, here's the game. The game exists. The product exists. Now we add an expansion, and this brings a linear step from here to here. Okay, so everything before that step, you're removing the reason to go and do. And then you add a new expansion, add it in. New expansion, add it in. What do we need to add to the old dungeons, or what do we need to add to the new dungeons that relate to the old dungeons to make it relevant again? How can we design to keep the game that we've got good, instead of effectively throwing the previous parts away and only making people go to the new stuff? RuneScape did it with the invention skill and having some stuff like Barrow's armor that degrades. Neverwinter Nights used to have a system. Yes. Neverwinter had the system, but then they monetized the whole thing. Now, I'm not going to say, obviously, that you've got to change it, and people are going to be out here defending WoW no matter what, because people like WoW. I like WoW. That's why I'm playing it right now. But you have to understand that from a game design point of view, you can play a game and sit back and think, you know what? It's a real shame they didn't do this. Don't mess with success. Nugash, sometimes something can be successful without necessarily being the highest quality. Remember that Candy Crush has made more money than this. If we're just using how much money it makes as a barometer of success, then WoW isn't successful compared to Genshin Impact. Compared to FIFA. What I'm saying is, you know what, maybe you have got a point. People are going to mess with success no matter what, which is why my input is stop messing with it as much. Maybe we agree. Maybe the whole don't mess with success is something we both vibe with, which is why I'm saying, hey, instead of making the new expansions the only relevant point, why don't we keep the rest of the game relevant as well? And What I'm basically saying here is the opposite of the old "you don't want that" line. Remember when he said that? Will there ever be classic servers? No, and you don't want that? Turns out people did want that. People very much wanted that. Retail players programs differently. I'm not talking about retail versus classic. I'm talking about game design in general being too fast this way. AQ40 required nature resistance, so 60s were farming Maraudon for nature resist. Yeah, you were making it situational. Situational benefits can be extremely important. Hard items to get should be useful for a long while. Yeah, they should. I'm not saying they should completely invalidate everything else, but if you get an epic or a legendary weapon from vanilla, it should still be pretty good in Wrath. A legendary item from one expansion should not be invalidated by a random rare from another. Because otherwise, the term legendary doesn't really mean much. Now, people might say, oh, that's boring because you don't get any new items. You get situational items. And you know what? I think Blizzard may agree with me enough that they're making Classic Plus. I think maybe they've looked at it and gone, hey, you know what? Maybe this system worked really well. Maybe lots of people want it. Now, of course, more people play retail than classic. That's true. It's just more popular. But I do think they have a dedicated player base. Hey, we've got 3 of them now, so increased defense rating by 2. We got 4, we get more shadow resistance. Fantastic. We don't know what Classic Plus will entail, don't give them any credit yet. So I think we can probably use our context clues and assume that Classic Plus is going to use most of what the Season of Discovery did, because I think Season of Discovery was simply a testing ground for what they were going to look into doing. Otherwise, that would have been pointless to do. From a game design point of view, what you sometimes want to do is take effectively a non-live version of the old game and see what you can make the engine do, see how you can mess around with things. What do you think Season of Discovery was? Why do you think they would have messed around with it like that? That was them looking for new information. That was them trying new things out. Blizzard are a company. Blizzard are making a product. Do you think they would have put all of the energy and effort into Season of Discovery only to destroy it and end it without taking the data that it generated and making something new with it? The point of that existing was to test how things worked. Have I been disarmed? I have. Now it's back. So, this is the first time that I've kind of got really into WoW. When I got to around level 59 on my warrior, everyone said to me, are you going to go to the Dark Portal? And I said, well, I kind of don't want to go to the Dark Portal because I've seen these really cool world dragons when I was exploring round. Sentinel Trousers of the Wolf, don't need those. Guardian Armor, how does that look? Don't need that. These really cool dragons, and one of them was in this kind of hidey hole in Darkshire, and one of them was in the jungle, and I bet they dropped really cool armor and really cool gear. That's amazing, like world dragons. These look like epic, scary bosses. And people went, don't bother. They're pretty much useless now. It's old content. You don't need to do it. Just go to Outland. You'll get better weapons from a random mob in the first 2 or 3 dungeons than you will from these dragons. Wow, that sucks. So I've been seeing these really cool enemies and like there's just no reason to go and fight them because they're going to be invalidated in like an hour. That's a shame. Whereas old school RuneScape, hey, I've heard of this armor called Barrow's armor. It came out 21 years ago. Is it still worth it? And everyone's like, oh yeah, absolutely. You've got to go and get Barrow's armor. Oh, of course, absolutely. When they made the game, there was no way they could have foreseen all these problems. But I think that the solution of how do we get new players to play the new content, it has to be better than the old content in every way. It's kind of like Magic the Gathering by selling new packs, by just making every single card in there more powerful than every other previous card, and making the chase rares just so incredibly dominant that there's no reason to ever play your old stuff, because the power creep has just power crept. You don't want to keep a hoard of old gear that I need to sift through all the time, though. Sure, you don't need to. You just won't have the exact gear that you need for the exact 100% min-max every moment. Gotta throw some of this stuff away because I am really full here. I should eat this wild hog shack. You will use situational gear. Yeah. I think situational gear works. I mean, old school RuneScape has that. Viku, I will bless you. Let me get this thing done first. Let me just get Consecrate up as soon as I can. I think we've done pretty well. There we go. Right, who needs blessings? Guessing you all do. Do you want Blessing of Wisdom? So basically make WoW tunic, make WoW players get the fire tunic for the fire temple. Yeah. I mean, they don't need to get it, but they'll be taking more fire damage if they don't. You know what? The Min you can have a wisdom as well. Why the hell not? Are you all wise? Are you all wisdomous? Yep. Alright, cool. You're all wise. Let's go. Do I think Classic Plus will have an OSRS content style mode? I think Classic Plus will be the base game that they then start to add new things to that effectively isn't Burning Crusade. That's what it will be. It will be a new adventure. I think if this system you suggest had existed, it would have created a different feel for replacing items because you're attached to them and your memories. How cool would it be if you replaced your final piece of old gear and now you have it in your home? Yeah. I would like that as well. The ability to display cool stuff, which is what transmogs were kind of getting at being. But I feel transmogs killed a lot of visual identity. I'll be honest, I'm actually not a fan of transmogs. And the reason for this is I think it... To me, there is an almost tangible connection between what someone is visually wearing and the mechanics that item is adding. When you see someone wearing armor, you know that armor is affecting their character in a mechanical way. The connection is one-to-one. But when you see someone wearing transmogged armor that is doing something else, the connection is no longer tangible, it's now kind of ephemeral. You get the visuals of one and the aesthetics of another, and to me, adding in that step of disconnect, I just don't like. I like seeing someone holding a shield knowing they're getting the benefit of that shield. And then you see someone holding effectively a teddy bear and you think, oh, they've just made their shield look like a teddy bear. I do understand the value because it keeps the old aesthetics alive. And I think that in order to balance this, what I would really like, if I was in charge, is transmogs should be limited to the same item for the same item, and it should be limited to matching the aesthetic cohesion of the rest of the game. So if you are wielding a hammer, you can make it look like another hammer if you want to. If you're wielding a sword, make it look like another sword. If you're wearing a plate helmet, make it look like another plate helmet. That's fine. But also keep it within aesthetic cohesion, because otherwise what happens is someone logs in for the first time and they see a load of people hanging around wearing joke items, and when you fill your game with joke items, your game just becomes a giant joke. I hate the fact that you can log into a brand new MMORPG and just see people wearing the stupidest joke stuff. And part of the long-term players will be like, oh yeah, you know what, that's actually a joke when this was added, and that's a joke when this was added. But a new player doesn't have the context or the understanding of the game to get the joke. They just see the game not taking itself seriously. But people buy it. People do buy it. Yeah. It's like, I was at the RuneScape Jagex 25th anniversary creator meeting they held in Cambridge, and one of the things they discussed was that in RuneScape 3, the Master Fisherman's outfit makes you look like a shark. Like, when you wear the Master Fisherman's outfit, you are a shark. And it was really visually jarring for a lot of people. So they went back on that and they have updated it so it's just an actual high-level fishing outfit now. And it looks so much better. I think that, yeah, they are bringing a level of consistency and like grounded aesthetic cohesion to RuneScape 3, which I think are honestly very respectable changes. I appreciate that Mod North is, because I've met him, he's a very confident, very sure of himself guy, which is kind of who you want in charge. So Mod North said something on stream that I really respected and everyone else mocked him for. And he said his goal is to make RuneScape the #1 MMORPG in the world. And a lot of people were like, yeah, that's never going to happen. And let me ask you a business question. Would you ever launch a business aiming to be the 17th best? Would you ever make a product thinking, you know what, we're going to make this product and we are going to be number 84th in the world? No, you wouldn't. You would make a product and you would attempt to be the best. Now, wherever you end up, that's based on lots of other factors. You might not end up in the first place spot, but you absolutely want someone leading you who is going for it. Like if you say, I'm going to be the best, even if you end up in the 3rd place, that's where you're going to be. If you'd have had someone that said, you know what, we're just going to go for 3rd, I guarantee you'd have ended up in 10th. That's what matters. That's what I appreciate. When he keeps saying every single time, we are going to be the #1 MMORPG, people turn around and go, you might not be. And you know what? You might not. But I guarantee the only way that you ever might be is if that attitude continues. I love this genre of game so much. And I really want it to continue, and I really want to pick out the pain points, and I really want to work out how we can get more people to play it. Now, if you make a game for everyone, you make a game for no one. So it's not always about just appeasing the maximum number of people. Sometimes for me, it's about making what I think is the best game. And what I think is the best game is a game with slightly lower numbers and much slower progression. Go and have a look at the absolute best weapons in Guild Wars 1. They do minuscule amounts of damage, because everything in Guild Wars 1 does minuscule amounts of damage. That's kind of how the whole scaling thing works. Go and have a look. Love your content. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. 8, yeah. If you do like 22 damage in Guild Wars 1, you're like, oh my god, that's huge. I've tried to explain this to people and nobody quite gets it. Going from hitting 1 damage to hitting 2 damage feels better than going from hitting 10,000 to 11,000. First of all, from a purely proportion point of view, you've doubled your output. But secondly, you've also noticed the double output. Have you ever played a game where you hit low damage like 10, 11, 9, 10, and then suddenly you see like a 17 and you're like, oh my god, that is a power jump right there, I feel it. And then you've played another game where you've hit like 18,412,806 and then you hit 19,976,000,000 and you're just thinking, it's lots of numbers, but like, I don't care about any of them. When I hit over 100 in this game, I feel good about it. When I see like a 200 or a 300, I'm like, oh yeah, that's amazing. So if I were to design an MMORPG, low numbers. 100 should be high. Low numbers, stat squish, and when an expansion comes out, situational new items, not just objectively better stuff for absolutely everything. Yeah, low numbers are also easier to process, and much easier to balance a boss around. Just so much easier to balance a boss around. It's also easier to understand. Have you ever wondered why Old School RuneScape is the absolute world champion at YouTube content that non-MMO players will still watch? Swampletics opened a door. So many people watch Old School RuneScape content that do not play Old School RuneScape, and it's because it's so easy to understand. The numbers are low, the skills are pretty direct. When you equip something, you see your character hold it or equip it or wear it. So there's a one-to-one direct translation from equipped to visual. It's so easy. Yeah. Slow, easy to understand processes. Yeah, and he explains to you what to do. Transmog is a blessing and a curse. I truly do believe that there should be a way to make transmogs work. But I almost wish it involved, I mean, removing or destroying the item that you want to open the appearance for is one of them. I think it should just be linked to item type to item type. Hammers should look like hammers, swords should look like swords. I don't think legendaries should be transmoggable either. Like, if you have a legendary item, like a really super duper high tier item, nothing can look like it, and it can't look like anything else. I don't know whether they are or aren't, but I would like to keep that level of uniqueness to them. You know what's weird? People say that I hate sandbox games, and I have pushed back against sandbox games being badly designed before, but Old School RuneScape is a sandbox game. RuneScape 3 is a sandbox game. The reason I hate sandbox MMORPGs is because the vast majority of them use the fact that they are sandbox games as a justification for not adding any content and just expecting the players to make the content. People say in a true sandbox, you do whatever you want. Okay, Booch, I don't believe that. You're still limited by... Hey, we've got the belt. Fantastic. You're still limited by what the developers can actually design. You can never do whatever you want. You can do whatever the game allows you to do, whatever that may be. And I think RuneScape is a sandbox game that allows players to do a lot of stuff, but it also has enough content that they can then go and do. Sandbox games normally get developed by people who want to put the onus of responsibility of making engaging gameplay onto the player base instead of the developers. All right, we ready, guys? Let me just grab a little drink. Everyone seems to be ready. You guys want blessings back up? I can get you some blessings of wisdom back up. Blessings of everyone. It's going to be a 10-minute fight. We're not going to need more than... We ain't going to need more than 10 minutes for this. Right, let's go. Thinking of starting WoW as a beginner to MMOs. Thoughts? Yeah, do it. I'd say give the retail trial a go, and if you like the general vibe of it, look into Classic. Give me your axe, please. I would like your axe. Please and thank you. God damn it. Hey, what are you going to give me? Ah, Berserker Helm. I've already got the Berserker Helm. Oh well. It's always nice to see new things at least. Is WoW Midnight any good? Don't know, not played it. Why not straight to Classic? Because straight to Classic is a much more old school way of playing the game, and there is no free trial of Classic. So as great as it is, I think for a brand new... Hey, we got the tabard again! Now, is everyone rolling need on that? So let's just go need on the... Need on the tabard, guys. Make sure everyone's rolling need. It dropped again. It did indeed. Where do we see what the rolls were? Okay, need. I will need it. I want to make sure everyone gets it fairly. Hey, Sanhaya got it. Fantastic. Stick on the tabard. That's 2 tabards in 2 runs. That's pretty good, isn't it? Party deserved good drops. We made some good runs. Everyone worked really hard today. I think as a tank, I am probably slower. I've already equipped my pants. I've got the scarlet leggings on already. I think as a tank I'm learning, and I think I'm definitely going slower than most other tanks would go, but I'm also okay with that. Josh, it's after 10 PM. It is indeed. So thank you for the runs, guys. I appreciate that. The fact that I can have these runs while also trying to have a conversation with you guys on Twitch. Didn't realize you were rocking Westfall for 18 levels. Oh, I've not really improved anything at all. The Riot MMORPG, if it ever comes to fruition, will be exactly whatever they want it to be. I'm a fan of more old school design, but that's just me, and I have to understand as well that there won't be as many people that want old school design as want new school design. But eventually I do start to think, are these newer games still RPGs, or are they just action-adventure MMO games that go from expansion to expansion? One day I will get a new weapon. Maybe, but I quite like this hammer. This hammer's very cool. Just checking you guys are all good. I've ran all the way back this way. And, it is a pretty big hammer, yeah. Right. Anyway, ladies and gents, thank you for joining me. It's been fun. Who is streaming right now? Because I know you guys don't want to be left alone with your thoughts. I can think of nothing worse. Old School RuneScape is actually happening. Jesse Cox is doing his big walk. And Doug is currently playing a game just called Fish. So I think you need to be exposed to Fish. I have no idea what's going on with Fish. But we're going to go and say hi. I'll see you all tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Take care. Good night. And God bless. Say hi to Dog Dog for me.